Greetings, seekers of ancient mysteries and travelers through the sands of time. Welcome to a journey that will take us deep into the heart of one of humanity's greatest civilizations, ancient Egypt. Today, we embark on an exploration of the forgotten, the hidden, and the lost cities that once thrived along the life-giving waters of the Nile, only to vanish beneath desert sands or muddy waters, waiting millennia to be rediscovered. The Egypt we know from history books and documentaries, with its towering pyramids, grand temples, and magnificent tombs, represents merely the tip of a vast archaeological iceberg. Experts estimate that we have uncovered only about 30% of ancient Egypt's treasures. Let that sink in for a moment. What wonders, what secrets, what revelations might still lie beneath the shifting sands, waiting for the touch of modern archaeological tools to bring them back into the light of day. The story of Egypt's lost cities is one of detective work spanning centuries, combining ancient texts, cutting-edge technology, and sometimes pure serendipity. It is a narrative where history, mythology, and archaeology intertwine to gradually reconstruct a civilization that flourished for over 3 millennia. Each discovery reshapes our understanding of this ancient culture, adding new dimensions to a picture that continues to evolve with every artifact unearthed. Some of the cities we'll explore today have been found within recent decades, while others remain elusive, known only through tantalizing mentions in ancient texts. Some were capitals of a united Egypt, centers of vast power and influence. Others were sacred religious sites, hubs of international trade, or frontier outposts guarding against foreign threats. Each had its purpose, its moment of glory, and eventually its decline and disappearance from human memory. The question of why such magnificent urban centers could vanish so completely is itself a fascinating subject that we'll explore. How could cities that housed tens of thousands of inhabitants, with monumental temples and palaces, administrative buildings and workshops, simply disappear? The answers reveal much about the unique geography of Egypt, the materials used by its builders, and the complex interplay between human civilization and natural forces. In the Nile Delta, cities built on muddy sediments have sunk beneath the ground over centuries, their massive stone monuments now lying beneath groundwater or modern agricultural fields. Some coastal settlements now rest beneath the Mediterranean, victims of rising sea levels and subsiding land. Others were abandoned as the course of the Nile shifted, leaving them stranded without the water source essential for life. And still others were deliberately dismantled, their stones repurposed for new construction projects by later generations. Perhaps most intriguing are the cities we know existed, but haven't yet located, phantom metropolises mentioned repeatedly in hieroglyphic texts, but still eluding discovery. These missing cities represent some of archaeology's most tantalizing unsolved mysteries. What secrets might they hold? What new understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization might they provide? Our exploration will take us from the earliest days of Egyptian civilization, when the first pharaohs were unifying the two lands. Through the golden ages of pyramid builders and empire creators, into periods of foreign rule, and finally to the Greco-Roman era, when ancient traditions merged with Mediterranean influences. We'll travel from the marshy delta in the north to the arid lands of Upper Egypt in the south, from coastal ports on the Mediterranean to desert outposts on ancient trade routes. Throughout this journey, we'll meet the archaeologists, both legendary figures from the past and current researchers, whose dedication and ingenuity have brought these lost cities back into our collective knowledge. We'll learn about the evolving techniques that have transformed archaeology from treasure hunting into a sophisticated scientific discipline, including the cutting-edge technologies now revealing ancient settlements without even moving a grain of sand. The cities we'll explore include Pi-Ramses, the magnificent capital built by Ramesses II, which vanished so completely that, for centuries, historians doubted its very existence. We'll visit Tanis, where archaeologists discovered royal tombs with treasures rivaling those of Tutankhamun. We'll search for Thinis, the hometown of Egypt's first pharaohs, which remains undiscovered despite its historical significance. We'll explore Avaris, the capital of the foreign Hyksos rulers, and Heliopolis, the religious center dedicated to the sun god Ra that now lies beneath the suburbs of modern Cairo. We'll discover Hierakonpolis, the predynastic capital that has yielded remarkable insights into Egypt's formative period, and Naucrates, the first Greek settlement that served as a gateway between Egypt and the Mediterranean world. We'll also examine recent sensational discoveries, including the lost Golden City near Luxor, found in 2021 after being hidden for more than 3,000 years. Beyond the physical cities themselves, we'll examine how these lost urban centers have captured the imagination of people throughout the ages. From ancient Greek travelers who wrote of wonders, now vanished, to modern novelists and filmmakers who have used Egypt's lost cities as settings for tales of adventure and mystery. These archaeological sites have inspired generations with their combination of monumental grandeur and elusive secrets. The story of Egypt's lost cities is not merely academic. It is a testament to human ingenuity and adaptability, to the rise and fall of civilizations, and to the constant dialogue between past and present. As we uncover these ancient urban centers, we gain not only knowledge about a specific culture, but also insights into our shared human journey. These cities remind us that even the mightiest works of humanity can be reclaimed by nature. Yet, through archaeology, they can speak to us across the millennia. As we proceed through this exploration, I encourage you to envision these cities not as ruins or archaeological sites, but as living, breathing urban centers filled with the sounds of markets and workshops, religious processions, and administrative bustle, family celebrations, and everyday conversations. Try to imagine the people who once walked these streets, from pharaohs and high priests to craftsmen, merchants, and farmers, each contributing to the tapestry of Egyptian civilization. Before we delve into the individual stories of these fascinating lost cities, I invite you to participate in our journey. If you could travel back in time to visit any lost city of antiquity, which one would you choose to see with your own eyes? What aspects of that ancient urban center would you most want to experience? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let us know what draws you to that particular lost city. Now, let us begin our exploration of Egypt's vanished urban centers, where mystery and history converge, where ancient texts meet modern technology, and where patient archaeological work continues to expand our understanding of one of the world's greatest civilizations. Let us journey together through time to rediscover what was lost to the sands and waters of Egypt thousands of years ago. Our first stop will be an examination of why these magnificent cities disappeared in the first place. The complex factors, both natural and human, that led to their abandonment and eventual obliteration from the landscape. Understanding these processes is crucial to appreciating the remarkable detective work that has brought them back into our knowledge and continues to reveal new secrets about ancient Egypt with each passing year. As we embark on this archaeological adventure, remember that we are not merely studying ruins and artifacts. We are reconnecting with our human predecessors who built these cities, worshipped in their temples, conducted business in their markets, raised families in their homes, and contributed to a civilization whose achievements continue to inspire on more than 5,000 years after its inception. The lost cities of Egypt await our exploration, magnificent urban centers that rose in glory, faded from memory, and are now gradually emerging from obscurity through the patient work of archaeology. Their stones may be silent, but through careful study and imaginative reconstruction, they still have many stories to tell. Let us listen to what they have to say about Egypt's magnificent past and the eternal cycle of human civilization. So prepare yourselves, fellow explorers, as we journey through the sands of time to rediscover what was lost, to bring light to what darkness covered, and to reconnect with our ancient past. The lost cities of Egypt beckon, and their secrets await those curious and persistent enough to uncover them. Historical context: why these cities disappeared. The disappearance of entire cities might seem inconceivable to modern minds. After all, our contemporary urban centers leave massive footprints on the landscape that appear permanent and immutable. Yet throughout Egypt's long history, dozens of once thriving metropolises vanished so completely that their very existence was questioned, until archaeological evidence confirmed ancient texts. To understand this phenomenon requires examining the unique interplay of natural forces, building practices, political changes, and economic shifts that characterized ancient Egypt. Let us begin with perhaps the most significant natural factor: the Nile River itself. Often described as Egypt's lifeblood, this mighty waterway was both creator and destroyer. The annual inundation that deposited fertile silt across the floodplain made Egyptian agriculture, and by extension, its civilization possible. However, over centuries, the Nile's course gradually shifted. Cities once strategically positioned along its banks could find themselves increasingly distant from the vital waterway, their harbors silting up, their access to water diminishing. Evidence from paleoclimatic studies and geological surveys confirms these dramatic hydrological changes. The eastern branch of the Nile Delta, which once supported thriving cities like Pi-Ramses, gradually silted up and diminished, eventually becoming the minor Pelusiac branch by the late period. As water receded, cities dependent on river access faced an existential threat. Without the Nile's bounty, transportation, irrigation, drinking water, and connection to the wider world, urban centers simply could not sustain themselves. Perhaps equally significant was the relentless encroachment of the desert. Egypt exists as a thin ribbon of fertile land flanked by vast expanses of arid wilderness. This precarious balance between habitable land and desert was constantly shifting, often to the detriment of established settlements. Archaeological surveys in the eastern delta have revealed entire districts of ancient cities now buried beneath sand dunes, their buildings gradually engulfed as the desert advanced. The subsidence of the Nile Delta presents another natural explanation for lost cities. This low-lying region has been sinking for millennia under the weight of accumulated sediments. Combined with rising sea levels, this subsidence has transformed once inland cities into coastal settlements and eventually submerged them completely. The spectacular underwater discoveries at Thinis and Canopus in the Mediterranean exemplify this process. Once thriving ports now lie beneath several meters of seawater, their temples and statues dwelling among fish rather than worshippers. Earthquakes, though not as frequent in Egypt as in other Mediterranean regions, also played a role in urban abandonment. The massive earthquake of 365 CE devastated Alexandria and caused widespread destruction throughout the delta. Geological studies have identified several major seismic events during Egyptian history that damaged infrastructure and could have contributed to urban decline, particularly for cities already struggling with other challenges. However, natural forces alone cannot explain the disappearance of Egypt's lost cities. Equally important were human factors, beginning with building materials and practices. Unlike stone-built temples and tombs designed for eternity, most Egyptian urban structures, including palaces, administrative buildings, and homes, were constructed primarily of mud brick. This readily available material performed admirably in Egypt's dry climate, but proved vulnerable to decay once abandoned. When cities were deserted, these mud brick structures rapidly deteriorated. Without regular maintenance, roofs collapsed, walls crumbled, and buildings gradually reverted to the earth from which they came. Within decades, What had been impressive urban landscapes could be reduced to amorphous mounds rising from the floodplain, the tells, or calms, that now mark many ancient settlement sites. Even more significant for the erasure of cities was the Egyptian practice of stone reuse. Stone was precious in this largely stone-poor country, requiring arduous quarrying expeditions to distant sites and complex transportation logistics. When cities declined, their stone elements, temple blocks, columns, statues, even entire obelisks became attractive building materials for new projects elsewhere. This practice reached its apex during the late period and Greco-Roman times, when stone from abandoned cities was systematically harvested. Ancient Heliopolis, once filled with temples and monuments, was gradually dismantled to build medieval Cairo. The Roman Emperor Constantine repurposed Egyptian obelisks to decorate Constantinople, while later rulers shipped these monoliths to European capitals. By the end of antiquity, little remained of many once magnificent stone structures, except their foundations. Political and administrative changes also contributed significantly to urban abandonment. Throughout its long history, Egypt witnessed numerous shifts in political power, often accompanied by changes in administrative capitals. When the seat of government moved, cities that had thrived on royal patronage could experience rapid decline. The construction of Pi-Ramses by Ramesses II exemplifies this pattern. His splendid new capital flourished during his 67-year reign, only to be gradually abandoned when subsequent dynasties established new administrative centers elsewhere. Religious changes similarly impacted urban sustainability. Temple complexes formed the economic and social heart of many Egyptian cities, employing thousands of priests, artisans, and support staff, while attracting pilgrims and trade. When religious priorities shifted, whether through internal Egyptian developments or later Christian and Islamic influences, cities centered around out-of-favor deities could lose their race and dare. The fate of Heliopolis, the solar cult center, illustrates this process, as its influence waned with changing theological priorities. Trade routes represented another crucial factor in urban sustainability. Many Egyptian cities prospered as nodes in vast commercial networks connecting Africa, Asia, and the Mediterranean. When these networks shifted due to political changes, new technologies, or emerging competitors, once wealthy trading centers could find themselves economically marginalized. The rise of Red Sea ports during the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, for instance, diverted trade away from traditional Nile routes, contributing to the decline of older commercial centers. Foreign invasions and their aftermath sometimes led to rapid urban abandonment. The Assyrian invasions of the 7th century BCE, the Persian conquests, Alexander's arrival, and later Arab expansion each disrupted established patterns of Egyptian urban life. While some cities adapted to new rulers, others were deliberately destroyed as punishment for resistance or abandoned by populations fleeing conflict. Archaeological evidence from several delta sites reveals destruction layers corresponding to known invasion periods, followed by diminished occupation or complete abandonment. Perhaps most poignant among human factors was the gradual loss of hieroglyphic literacy that occurred after Egypt came under foreign rule. As knowledge of the ancient writing system faded, so too did the ability to read historical texts that recorded the names and locations of important settlements. By the time European travelers began exploring Egypt's antiquities in earnest, many once famous cities were known only through classical sources like Herodotus. Their Egyptian names and exact locations lost to memory. The combination of these natural and human factors created a perfect storm for urban disappearance. A city facing natural challenges, a shifting river course, advancing desert, or subsidence, might simultaneously confront political marginalization, economic decline, and the systematic removal of its stone monuments. The cumulative effect could transform a thriving metropolis into an abandoned ruin within a single generation, and into an anonymous earthen mound within a few centuries. Modern factors have further complicated the rediscovery of these lost cities. The explosive population growth in modern Egypt has resulted in intensive agriculture and urban development precisely in the areas where ancient settlements were most concentrated, the Nile Valley and Delta. This development has sometimes destroyed archaeological sites before they could be properly investigated, while the high water table in the Delta makes excavation technically challenging and expensive. Yet the very forces that conspired to erase Egypt's cities have sometimes contributed to their preservation and rediscovery. Desert sand that engulfed abandoned settlements protected their remains from later stone robbing and development. Rising groundwater, while damaging to many artifacts, created anaerobic conditions that preserved organic materials that would have otherwise perished in Egypt's arid climate. Even the practice of building new settlements atop earlier ones, creating the distinctive multi-layered tells of the Delta, inadvertently preserved earlier phases beneath later construction. The discovery methods for these lost cities deserve special attention, as they represent triumphs of multidisciplinary research, combining historical texts, geological surveys, remote sensing technologies, and traditional excavation. Ancient Egyptian, Greek, and Roman texts provide crucial starting points, offering names, approximate locations, and sometimes detailed descriptions of now lost urban centers. 19th century explorers like Jean-Francois Champollion, following Herodotus and other classical authors, began the process of connecting these textual references with physical remains visible on the landscape. Modern archaeological techniques have revolutionized this discovery process. Aerial photography, first utilized extensively in the mid-20th century, revealed subtle landscape features invisible at ground level. Magnetometry and electrical resistivity Surveys allowed archaeologists to detect buried structures without excavation. Most recently, satellite imagery using various wavelengths has identified subsurface features even beneath modern development or agricultural fields. Perhaps most exciting is the application of underwater archaeology to Egypt's submerged coastal cities. Using sophisticated sonar equipment and skilled divers, archaeologists led by Frank Gaudio have mapped extensive urban landscapes now lying beneath the Mediterranean. These underwater excavations have yielded spectacular finds, including monumental statues, temple foundations, shipwrecks, and ritual objects, all in a remarkable state of preservation thanks to their watery environment. The story of Egypt's lost cities is thus not merely one of disappearance, but also of rediscovery, a testament to both the impermanence of human works and the remarkable persistence of memory and inquiry. Each city rediscovered adds another piece to our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization, often challenging established narratives and revealing unexpected connections. As we examine specific lost cities in subsequent chapters, we will see how their individual stories contribute to this larger pattern of loss and rediscovery that continues to unfold today through ongoing archaeological work. The lost cities we will explore represent different periods, regions, and functions within Egyptian civilization. Some were political capitals, others religious centers or commercial hubs. Some flourished briefly during a single dynasty, while others endured for millennia through multiple periods of Egyptian history. Some have been extensively excavated, while others remain tantalizingly elusive, yet all share the experience of once standing proudly along the Nile, only to vanish from sight and memory until archaeology brought them back into our consciousness. Pi-Ramses, the lost capital of Ramesses II, among Egypt's many vanished cities. Few capture the imagination quite like Pi-Ramses, Ramesses, the magnificent royal capital built by Pharaoh Ramesses II in the eastern Nile Delta. This metropolis, once the administrative heart of ancient Egypt's most powerful empire, vanished so completely that for centuries, scholars debated whether it had actually existed or was merely a literary invention. The rediscovery of Pi-Ramses represents one of archaeology's greatest detective stories, a painstaking quest combining ancient texts, geological surveys, and cutting-edge technology to resurrect a lost capital from obscurity. To understand Pi-Ramses, we must first understand its creator. Ramesses II, often called Ramesses the Great, ruled Egypt for an extraordinary 67 years, c. 1279-1 to 13 BCE, during the 19th dynasty of the New Kingdom period. His reign marked the apex of Egypt's imperial power, with territories stretching from modern-day Libya to Syria. Ramesses was history's greatest royal self-promoter, commissioning hundreds of monuments bearing his name and image across Egypt and Nubia. His military campaigns, diplomatic achievements, and unprecedented building projects earned him lasting fame. He was likely the inspiration for the biblical pharaoh of Exodus and Shelley's Ozymandias. When Ramesses ascended the throne, Egypt's capital was still Thebes, modern Luxor, in Upper Egypt, the traditional seat of New Kingdom power. However, Thebes lay far from Egypt's northeastern frontiers, where military threats from Hittites and other powers loomed. The Delta region, closer to these borders and to Mediterranean trade routes, offered strategic advantages for administration and defense. Moreover, Ramesses had personal connections to the eastern delta. His family originated from this region before rising to royal status. Thus began one of antiquity's most ambitious urban planning projects. Ramesses selected a site in the eastern delta, where the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, now dried up, provided both water access and defense. Archaeological evidence suggests the area already hosted a smaller settlement during the reigns of Seti I, Ramesses' father, and possibly Hormheb before him. However, what Ramesses envisioned dwarfed anything previously existing at the location. A purpose-built royal capital, reflecting the glory of Egypt's most powerful empire. Ancient Egyptian texts describe Pi-Ramses in glowing terms. The papyrus Anastasi calls it the beautiful estate of the god Ra, abundant in food and provisions, with treasuries full of silver, gold, copper, lead, and bronze. It further extols the city as beautiful to behold, pleasant to dwell in. Archaeological evidence confirms these extravagant descriptions, revealing a vast metropolis that stretched across approximately 6 square kilometers at its height. The city's layout reflected careful planning and royal ambition. At its heart stood the royal palace complex, excavations of which have revealed elaborate painted floors, columned halls, and private royal apartments. Nearby stood massive temple complexes dedicated to Egypt's principal deities Amun, Ra, Set, and Ptah, forming what Egyptian texts called the House of Ramesses, beloved of Amun, great in victory. Pi-Ramses was no mere ceremonial center. It was a bustling metropolis housing tens of thousands of inhabitants. Archaeological surveys have identified distinct districts for elite housing, middle-class residences, and workers' quarters. Excavations have uncovered workshops for metalworking, glass production, and pottery manufacturing, indicating a thriving industrial sector. The city's position at the intersection of land and water trade routes ensured its commercial prosperity, with goods flowing in from the Mediterranean, Sinai, and beyond, most significantly for a capital built by Egypt's warrior king. Pi-Ramses served as a massive military base. Archaeologists have discovered extensive stables and training grounds capable of housing and preparing thousands of chariot horses. Egyptian texts boast that the city could ready an army of 20,000 men in a moment's notice. From this strategic location, Ramesses launched his famous campaigns against the Hittites, including the epic Battle of Kadesh that he immortalized in reliefs across Egypt, despite its ambiguous outcome. For approximately a century, Pi-Ramses thrived as Egypt's administrative center and one of the ancient world's greatest cities. Then, as mysteriously as it had risen, Pi-Ramses began to decline. By the time of the 21st dynasty, c. 1069–45 BCE, the city had lost its status as capital, with power shifting to Tanis, further north. Within a few more centuries, Pi-Ramses had been largely abandoned, its monuments dismantled, its mud brick buildings returning to the earth. This rapid decline and disappearance created one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. Despite numerous references in ancient texts, early archaeologists could not locate the city's remains. When Jean-Francois Champollion and other 19th century Egyptologists began searching for Pi-Ramses, they found no obvious ruins matching the textual descriptions of Ramesses' splendid capital. Some scholars began to doubt whether the city had existed at all, suggesting it might be a literary creation or propaganda. The mystery deepened when archaeologists excavating at Tanis in the northern delta discovered numerous monuments bearing Ramesses II's name. In the 1930s, Pierre Montet uncovered spectacular royal tombs at Tanis containing treasures comparable to Tutankhamun's burial. These findings led many Egyptologists to identify Tanis, ancient Janet, as the site of Pi-Ramses, assuming Ramesses' monuments had always stood there. This identification persisted until the mid-20th century, when a crucial geological insight changed everything. Scientists studying the ancient hydrology of the Nile Delta determined that the Pelusiac branch described in texts as flowing past Pi-Ramses had shifted course over the centuries. This shifting waterway provided the key to solving the mystery. Pi-Ramses hadn't disappeared. The river it depended on had moved away. The breakthrough came in the 1960s when Austrian archaeologist Manfred Bayadak began excavations at a site called Tel El Daba, about 30 kilometers south of Tanis. Initial work revealed a massive Hyksos period city, Avaris, dating to Egypt's second intermediate period. But as excavations continued deeper, Bayadak made a stunning discovery. Beneath and around the Hyksos city lay extensive New Kingdom remains, including palatial buildings, temples, and artifacts bearing Ramesses II's cartouches. Further excavations at Tel El Daba and the nearby site of Cantir produced overwhelming evidence. This was indeed Pi-Ramses, Ramesses' lost capital. The discovery explained the monuments found at Tanis. They had been transported there from Pi-Ramses when the Pelusiac branch shifted and the new capital was established. The mystery of the vanishing city was solved not through a single spectacular discovery, but through patient, methodical archaeological work combined with geological and hydrological research. What excavations at Tel El-Daba/Cantir revealed was astonishing. Despite centuries of stone robbing and agricultural development, enough remained to confirm the city's extraordinary scale and sophistication. Archaeological teams uncovered massive foundation platforms for temples and palaces, industrial zones with advanced metallurgical workshops, and extensive residential districts. Perhaps most impressive were the military installations, including the largest known horse stables from the ancient world, capable of housing hundreds of chariot teams. The material culture unearthed at Pi-Ramses reflects its cosmopolitan character as an imperial capital. Pottery, jewelry, and art objects show influences from across Egypt's vast empire and trading partners. Hittite, Mycenaean, Mesopotamian, and Canaanite styles appear alongside traditional Egyptian forms. This multicultural aspect resonates with textual descriptions of Pi-Ramses as a city where the Syrian mingles with the Nubian, and Asiatics of all lands dwell within it. Modern archaeological techniques have revealed aspects of Pi-Ramses invisible to earlier generations of explorers. Magnetometry surveys have mapped extensive areas without excavation, showing street layouts, building foundations, and industrial zones. Chemical analysis of soils has identified areas of specialized production, from bronze working to glass manufacturing. Paleobotanical studies have reconstructed the city's gardens and agricultural hinterland, while zooarchaeological research has illuminated everything from the diet of inhabitants to the breeding of war horses. Perhaps most exciting are the glimpses of everyday life revealed through small finds. Children's toys, cosmetic implements, kitchen utensils, and game pieces remind us that Pi-Ramses was not just a ceremonial center, but a living city where ordinary people pursued their daily activities. Ostraca pottery fragments used as writing surfaces preserve administrative records, personal letters, and even students' writing exercises, offering intimate glimpses into the lives of the city's inhabitants. The story of Pi-Ramses illustrates perfectly the complex forces that led to the disappearance of Egypt's lost cities. Natural changes. The shifting Nile branch made the location increasingly impractical for a capital. Political decisions. The rise of new dynasties with different priorities led to administrative relocation. Economic considerations. The cost of maintaining a massive urban center in a now disadvantageous location accelerated abandonment, and cultural practices, particularly the Egyptian habit of reusing stone from older monuments, literally dismantled the city piece by piece. Yet Pi-Ramses never completely vanished from human memory. Egyptian texts preserved its name and fame. The Hebrew Bible likely references it as the city of Ramesses, where the Israelites labored before the Exodus. Classical authors mentioned it in geographical works. Though physically dismantled, Pi-Ramses lived on in cultural memory, waiting for archaeology to reconnect its physical remains with its documentary legacy. Today, excavations continue at Tel El-Dabba/Cantir, gradually revealing more of Ramesses' lost capital. Each season brings new discoveries that refine our understanding of this crucial period in Egyptian history. Meanwhile, the challenges of preserving what remains are formidable. Rising groundwater threatens archaeological layers, while agricultural and urban development put pressure on the ancient site. The story of Pi-Ramses, its rise, fall, forgetting, and rediscovery, exemplifies both the transience of even the mightiest cities and the remarkable capacity of archaeology to resurrect what time has buried. As we stand at Tel El-Dabba today, little on the surface suggests the magnificent city that once stood here. Fields and villages cover most of the ancient urban center. Yet beneath our feet lies the evidence of Ramesses' vision, a purpose-built imperial capital that administered an empire, launched military campaigns, produced sophisticated crafts, and housed tens of thousands of people from across the known world. Through archaeology, Pi-Ramses speaks again across the millennia, reminding us of the grandeur and ultimate impermanence of human achievement. Tanis, the city that was mistaken for Pi-Ramses, in the northeastern Nile Delta, shrouded by marshlands and partially hidden beneath modern villages, lies one of Egypt's most enigmatic lost cities, Tanis. Known to the ancient Egyptians as Janet and to biblical scholars as Zoan, this remarkable urban center played a pivotal role in Egypt's late period history and later became central to one of Egyptology's most enduring archaeological mysteries. For decades, scholars mistakenly identified Tanis as the site of Ramesses II's capital Pi-Ramses, a confusion that illustrates the complex challenges facing archaeologists working to resurrect Egypt's forgotten cities. Tanis first emerged as a significant settlement during the late New Kingdom period, c. 1070 BCE, precisely when Pi-Ramses was declining. As the Pelusiac branch of the Nile began shifting its course away from Ramesses' capital, the logical response was to establish a new administrative center with better water access. Tanis, located about 30 kilometers north of Pi-Ramses, provided an ideal alternative site. Archaeological evidence indicates that during the transition from the 20th to 21st dynasty, Egypt's political center gradually migrated from Pi-Ramses to this new location. What makes Tanis extraordinary in the context of lost cities is not just its political importance, but the manner of its construction. Unlike most major Egyptian centers, which evolved organically over centuries, Tanis was essentially created through an ambitious recycling project. As Pi-Ramses declined, its magnificent monuments, temples, palaces, obelisks, and statues were systematically dismantled and transported to Tanis for reuse. This massive relocation of monumental architecture has few parallels in ancient history and represents a remarkable feat of engineering and logistics. The rulers of the 21st dynasty, c. 1069–945 BCE, who established their capital at Tanis, faced a turbulent period in Egyptian history. The unified Egyptian state that had characterized the new kingdom was fragmenting, with high priests at Thebes exercising increasing autonomy in Upper Egypt, while the pharaohs ruled from Tanis in the north. Despite these political challenges, the Tanite pharaohs embarked on ambitious building projects, creating a new capital adorned with monuments that rivaled those of earlier dynasties. Tanis thrived as Egypt's northern capital through several subsequent dynasties, reaching its apex during the 22nd dynasty, c. 940–57–15 BCE, under rulers of Libyan descent like Shoshenq, the biblical Shishak, who allegedly sacked Jerusalem. The city's strategic location near Mediterranean trade routes and eastern frontier defenses ensured its continued importance even as political power fluctuated. Archaeological evidence indicates that Tanis remained a significant urban center through the late period and into Ptolemaic times, though gradually declining in importance after the foundation of Alexandria. Despite its historical significance, Tanis suffered the fate of many delta cities, gradually disappearing beneath shifting sands and seasonal floods. By the medieval period, the site was largely abandoned, its exact location eventually forgotten by all but local inhabitants. When European travelers and early archaeologists began exploring Egypt in the 18th and 19th centuries, they encountered a landscape dramatically transformed from ancient times. The once thriving metropolis was reduced to scattered mounds rising from agricultural fields and marshlands. The rediscovery of Tanis began in the early 19th century when Jean-Francois Champollion, fresh from his triumph in deciphering hieroglyphics, visited the site in 1828 during his Egyptian expedition. Investigating mounds at a location called San El Hagar, Champollion documented numerous stone fragments bearing royal names, particularly those of Ramesses II. These findings led him to tentatively identify the site as ancient Tanis, a hypothesis confirmed by subsequent investigations. However, this correct identification soon became entangled with a significant archaeological misunderstanding. As explorers and archaeologists encountered numerous monuments of Ramesses II at Tanis, they naturally connected these findings with ancient texts describing Ramesses' magnificent capital in the Delta. Thus emerged the erroneous conclusion that Tanis and Pi-Ramses were one and the same place, that San El Hagar was the site of the great Ramesside capital described in papyri and biblical texts. This misidentification persisted through much of the 19th century, supported by prominent Egyptologists like Auguste Mariette, who conducted the first systematic excavations at Tanis in the 1860s. Mariette uncovered massive temple foundations, obelisk fragments, and royal statues, all seemingly confirming the site's identification as Pi-Ramses. The presence of monuments honoring Ramesses, Father Seti, I and his son Meremptah, further strengthened this apparent connection. The confusion deepened in the early 20th century when Pierre Montet began new excavations at Tanis. Between 1921 and 1951, Montet made a series of spectacular discoveries that once again seemed to confirm Tanis' importance during the Ramesside period. Most sensational was his 1939 discovery of intact royal tombs from the 21st and 22nd dynasties, containing treasures comparable to those found in Tutankhamun's tomb. Though these burials post-dated Ramesses II by several centuries, they underscored Tanis' significance as a royal center. The resolution of this archaeological confusion came gradually through advances in both excavation techniques and understanding of the delta's ancient geography. British Egyptologist William Matthew Flinders Petrie had already expressed doubts about the Tanis Pi-Ramses identification in the early 20th century, noting discrepancies between textual descriptions and archaeological findings. Geological studies of the delta in the mid-20th century provided crucial evidence showing how the Nile's Pelusiac branch had shifted over centuries, making the separate identities of Tanis and Pi-Ramses increasingly apparent. The definitive breakthrough came with Manfred Bayadak's excavations at Tel El Daba, which we discussed in the previous chapter. As evidence mounted that Tel El Daba/Cantir was indeed Pi-Ramses, archaeologists reconsidered the monuments at Tanis. Close examination revealed that many stone blocks had been recut and repositioned, with newer inscriptions sometimes superimposed over partially erased older ones. Architectural elements often didn't quite fit together correctly, suggesting they had been disassembled and reassembled. The conclusion became inescapable. Tanis contained the dismantled and relocated monuments of Pi-Ramses. This realization transformed our understanding of both cities. Rather than being rival identifications for the same site, Pi-Ramses and Tanis represented consecutive phases in the delta's urban history, one city rising as the other declined, with the newer settlement literally built from the stones of its predecessor. This insight illuminates a common pattern in Egyptian history, where building materials, especially valuable worked stone, were regularly repurposed as political centers shifted. Once freed from confusion with Pi-Ramses, Tanis could be studied on its own terms as a major center of the Third Intermediate Period. The city reveals much about a fascinating but often overlooked era when Egypt was divided into competing power centers, with significant Libyan influence in the north and Kushite, Nubian influence eventually asserting itself from the south. The royal tombs discovered by Montet provide unprecedented insights into material culture and burial practices of this complex period. These tombs represent one of archaeology's most remarkable discoveries, all the more astonishing for having occurred on the eve of World War II. which overshadowed their significance in public awareness. Unlike the Valley of the King's Tombs, which were mostly plundered in antiquity, several Tanis burials remained intact, protected by their location within the temple precinct. Kings Susen's I, Amenemop, and Shashank II were found with their silver coffins, gold masks, jewelry, and funerary equipment, undisturbed treasures rivaling Tutankhamun's famous burial. Beyond its spectacular royal burials, Tanis has yielded evidence of extensive temple complexes dedicated primarily to the god Amun, whose cult gained special prominence during the Third Intermediate Period. A massive enclosure wall surrounded the sacred precinct, within which stood temples, administrative buildings, and eventually the royal necropolis. Outside this religious core, excavations have revealed residential districts, workshops, and fortifications, though these areas have received less attention than the monumental center. Particularly fascinating are the ways Tanite rulers legitimized their authority through architecture and iconography. By incorporating monuments of Ramesses II and other New Kingdom pharaohs into their constructions, the 21st and 22nd dynasty kings visually connected themselves to Egypt's imperial past, implying continuity despite the political fragmentation of their era. This practice reflects sophisticated propagandistic awareness, using monumental architecture to reinforce royal legitimacy during uncertain times. Tanis also provides important evidence for Egypt's international connections during the first millennium BCE. Artifacts of Phoenician, Syrian, and Greek origin demonstrate ongoing trade relations despite political instability. The famous treasure of Tanis includes silver vessels showing clear Near Eastern artistic influence, while imported pottery documents Mediterranean trade connections. These finds counter the traditional view of the Third Intermediate Period as an era of isolation and decline, revealing instead a complex picture of continued international engagement. The city's biblical connections add another layer of historical significance. Biblical texts refer to Zoan, the Hebrew name for Tanis, as a major Egyptian city, mentioning it alongside Memphis and Thebes. Several passages associate Zoan with the Exodus narrative and with diplomatic missions during the Israelite monarchy, while archaeological evidence can neither confirm nor refute specific biblical episodes. Excavations at Tanis provide crucial context for understanding Egyptian-Levantan relations during the periods described in biblical texts. Unfortunately, Tanis faces significant preservation challenges today. The site lies in a densely populated agricultural region with a high water table, conditions that threaten archaeological remains. Limited resources for conservation have focused primarily on the monumental stone elements, leaving mud brick structures vulnerable to deterioration. The remote location, away from major tourist routes, has restricted both public awareness and funding for comprehensive site management. Despite these challenges, ongoing research at Tanis continues to yield new insights. Modern excavation techniques, including careful stratigraphic analysis and scientific dating methods, have refined the site's chronology. Remote sensing and geophysical surveys have mapped previously unexplored areas, revealing the city's extensive urban footprint beyond its monumental core. These investigations promise to enhance our understanding of this crucial center of late-period Egypt. The story of Tanis perfectly illustrates the complex processes through which Egyptian cities were lost and found again. Its monuments, buried by time and environmental changes, needed centuries to re-emerge into historical consciousness. Its identity became entangled with that of another lost city, creating confusion that took modern archaeological techniques to resolve. Even its spectacular royal treasures emerged at a moment when world events overshadowed their significance. Yet, through persistent archaeological investigation, Tanis continues to reveal its secrets, illuminating a pivotal period in Egypt's long history. As we conclude our exploration of this remarkable lost city, we should remember that Tanis represents just one example of Egypt's complex urban history. Its story of rise, decline, and rediscovery, of monuments repurposed and identities confused, reminds us that archaeological understanding evolves through constant re-examination of evidence and assumptions. Each discovered city enhances our appreciation of ancient Egypt, not as a static civilization, frozen in time, but as a dynamic society, adapting to changing circumstances across 3 millennia of continuous development. Thinis, the enigmatic cradle of Egyptian civilization. Among Egypt's many lost cities, none occupies a more pivotal yet elusive position than Thinis, also spelled Tijenu or this. According to ancient texts, this mysterious settlement served as the hometown of Egypt's founding pharaohs and the capital of the earliest dynasties. Yet, unlike Pi-Ramses or Tanis, Thinis remains stubbornly hidden from archaeological confirmation. Its story represents archaeology's most tantalizing, unfulfilled quest, the search for the birthplace of Egyptian civilization. The historical significance of Thinis stems primarily from its connection to Menes, possibly identified with Narmer or Aha, the legendary unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BCE. Ancient king lists and historical texts consistently describe the first 2 Egyptian dynasties as Thinite, indicating their origin from this city. The Greek historian Manetho, writing in the 3rd century BCE, explicitly states that Menes came from Thinis, and that the city served as Egypt's first capital before Memphis assumed this role during the 3rd dynasty. References to Thinis appear in texts throughout Egyptian history, indicating its continued importance long after the capital shifted elsewhere. The city apparently maintained religious significance as a cult center for Anhur-Anuris, a god of war and hunting, and his consort Mehet, Its regional importance is reflected in Egyptian administrative documents, which list the Thinite nome province as the 8th nome of Upper Egypt, suggesting the city functioned as a provincial capital through much of Egyptian history. Based on textual evidence, Egyptologists generally agree that Thinis should be located in the vicinity of Abydos, about 90 kilometers northwest of modern Luxor. Abydos itself stands as one of Egypt's most sacred sites, the burial place of the first kings, and the cult center of Osiris, god of the afterlife. The relationship between Thinis and Abydos appears to parallel that between cities and their associated necropolises elsewhere in Egypt. Thinis served as the living city, while nearby Abydos functioned as the royal cemetery and religious precinct. Why, then, has this critically important city eluded archaeological identification? The challenges begin with the nature of Egypt's earliest settlements. Unlike later periods, when stone architecture dominated monumental construction, predynastic and early dynastic structures were built primarily of mud brick and organic materials, perishable substances that leave subtle archaeological traces. Early administrators likely worked from relatively modest structures that lacked the scale and permanence of later temples and palaces. The geography of the region presents additional challenges. The area west of Abydos has undergone significant landscape changes over 5 millennia. The Nile's course has shifted eastward. Agricultural intensification has obscured ancient features, and desert sands have encroached on abandoned settlements. Modern villages and farms overlay much of the region, further complicating archaeological investigation through limited accessibility and disturbance of ancient layers. Perhaps most significant is the archaeological attention lavished on Abydos itself. Since the 19th century, Egyptologists have focused their efforts on Abydos' spectacular royal tombs, temples, and Osiris cult structures. Discoveries like the Tomb of Osiris, Temple of Seti I, and predynastic royal enclosures have understandably attracted research resources, while the search for the more administratively focused Thinis received less priority despite its historical importance. Nevertheless, archaeologists have not abandoned the quest for Thinis. Several candidate sites have been proposed over the years, with the strongest contenders being Tel El Nawara, El Berbe, and Gurga. Each presents archaeological evidence for ancient settlement, though none has yielded definitive proof of identification with historical Thinis. The search continues, utilizing increasingly sophisticated remote sensing technologies alongside traditional excavation methods. What kind of city might archaeologists expect to find if they conclusively identify Thinis? Based on comparable early dynastic sites like Hierakonpolis and evidence from Abydos, we can sketch a reasonable portrait. The earliest phase would likely show a transition from predynastic settlement patterns, clusters of semi-subterranean reed and mud huts, to more formalized mud brick architecture organized along rudimentary streets during the First and Second Dynasties, c. 3100–686 BCE, when Thinis purportedly served as Egypt's capital. We would expect to find evidence of administrative buildings, perhaps an early palace structure, storage facilities, and craft production areas. Religious structures dedicated to local deities would feature prominently, though lacking the monumental scale of later temples. Elite residences would gradually differentiate from common housing, reflecting the increasing social stratification characteristic of early state formation. Archaeological evidence suggests that early Egyptian state administration was relatively mobile, with the king and court traveling regularly between key settlements. Thinis may therefore lack the concentrated administrative infrastructure of later capitals like Memphis or Thebes. Its significance lay more in its symbolic role as the homeland of the ruling dynasty and its function as a regional center within the emerging unified state. The archaeological invisibility of Thinis also raises intriguing questions about the nature of Egypt's earliest kingship. The contrast between the relatively modest material remains of early settlements and the increasingly elaborate royal tombs at Abydos suggests that early pharaohs invested more resources in their eternal dwellings than in palatial structures for earthly rule. This pattern reinforces the central role of mortuary ideology in early Egyptian state formation. Power expressed through control of the afterlife, rather than through imposing living quarters. If Thinis indeed lies beneath modern fields or villages, what might it tell us about the formation of the Egyptian state? The city would provide unprecedented insights into the transition from chiefdom to kingdom, the administrative mechanisms of early pharaonic rule, and the daily life of Egyptians during this formative period. Evidence of writing, economic organization, craft specialization, and religious practice would illuminate how Egypt's distinctive civilization coalesced from its predynastic roots. The relationship between Thinis and neighboring polities might also clarify the process of Egyptian unification. Archaeological evidence increasingly suggests that state formation involved complex interactions between several regional centers, rather than simple conquest by a single dominant group. Material culture from Thinis might reveal networks of exchange, alliance, and competition that culminated in the unified Egyptian state described in later historical texts. Of particular interest would be evidence illuminating the relationship between the followers of Horus. The term early dynastic Egyptians used for themselves, and older regional traditions. Material culture could reveal whether the Thinite kings actively imposed new cultural patterns or strategically incorporated existing local practices as they consolidated power over Upper and Lower Egypt. This information would transform our understanding of Egyptian state formation. The continued search for Thinis exemplifies the evolving nature of Egyptian archaeology. Traditional approaches focused on textual evidence and visual identification of mounds, tells, are now complemented by sophisticated remote sensing technologies. Magnetometry can detect architectural features beneath the surface without excavation. Ground-penetrating radar penetrates deeper to reveal buried structures. Multispectral satellite imagery can identify subtle landscape features and soil changes indicative of ancient human activity. These technologies prove particularly valuable in densely populated regions where extensive excavation is impractical. Several ongoing survey projects employ such methods in the area west of Abydos, systematically mapping subsurface anomalies that might represent ancient Thinis. These non-invasive techniques allow archaeologists to document sites threatened by agricultural expansion and urban development, preserving information even when physical excavation may not be possible. The search for Thinis also illustrates how archaeological understanding evolves through interdisciplinary collaboration. Geological studies of ancient Nile channels help identify favorable locations for early settlement. Paleoenvironmental research reconstructs ancient landscapes now transformed by natural and human processes. Textual scholars continue refining translations of ancient references to Thinis, providing archaeological teams with more precise geographic indicators. Should Thinis eventually be discovered, what challenges would its excavation and preservation present? The site would likely lie beneath modern settlements or agricultural land, creating immediate tensions between heritage preservation and contemporary land use. Egyptian authorities would face difficult decisions, balancing archaeological investigation with local development needs. International interest in Egypt's earliest capital would need to be tempered with respect for the communities currently occupying the area. Conservation would present equally daunting challenges. Early dynastic remains are exceptionally fragile, with mud brick architecture particularly vulnerable to deterioration once exposed. Any excavation would require immediate conservation measures and possibly sheltering structures to protect newly uncovered features. The high water table characteristic of areas near the Nile further complicates long-term preservation of organic materials and mud brick structures. Despite these obstacles, the potential knowledge gained from identifying and excavating Thinis justifies continued effort. The city represents a critical missing piece in our understanding of Egyptian state formation. The administrative center that complemented Abydos' ritual significance during the crucial period when Egypt's distinctive civilization was taking shape, while Egypt's later historical phases are increasingly well documented. Its origins remain partially shrouded in mystery that Thinis could help illuminate. In many ways, Thinis represents the most profound type of lost city, one remembered in texts and traditions, yet stubbornly absent from confirmed archaeological record. Unlike cities abandoned after flourishing for centuries, Thinis may have faded gradually as Egypt's center of gravity shifted northward to Memphis. Its stones may have been repurposed for later construction. Its mud brick buildings returned to the earth, and its significance preserved primarily in written tradition rather than monumental architecture. The elusive nature of Thinis also reminds us of archaeology's inherent limitations. Despite increasingly sophisticated methods, some ancient sites may never be definitively identified due to environmental changes, modern development, or simply the perishable nature of their construction. Archaeology must sometimes content itself with probability rather than certainty, with reasonable hypotheses based on available evidence rather than definitive answers to every historical question. Nevertheless, the search for Thinis continues, driven by the tantalizing possibility of uncovering the administrative heart of Egypt's first dynasties. Each field season brings new surveys, new test excavations, and new applications of remote sensing technology to the region around Abydos. The discovery that ultimately identifies Thinis may come gradually through accumulating evidence rather than through a single spectacular find, a pattern typical of modern archaeological research. Meanwhile, the absence of confirmed archaeological remains has not diminished Thinis' importance in understanding Egypt's origins. The city's historical significance rests on its role during the crucial transition from prehistory to history, when Egypt established the political and cultural foundations that would sustain its civilization for 3 millennia. Whether or not modern archaeology definitively locates ancient Thinis, its place in Egypt's founding narrative remains secure. For visitors to Egypt today, the search for Thinis adds an element of ongoing discovery to the experience of exploring ancient sites. While tourists marvel at the complete temples of Luxor or the pyramids of Giza, scholars continue hunting for the humble settlement that witnessed the birth of Egyptian kingship. This juxtaposition of monumentality and elusiveness perfectly captures the range of archaeological experience, from the overwhelmingly visible to the tantalizingly hidden. As we leave Thinis, or rather, the search for Thinis, we carry forward an appreciation for both the remarkable achievements of Egyptian archaeology and its persistent mysteries. The endeavor to locate and understand Egypt's earliest capital continues, combining traditional excavation with cutting-edge technology in the quest to illuminate the formative moments of one of history's most enduring civilizations. The story of Thinis remains unfinished, awaiting the discoveries that future archaeologists will contribute to our ever-evolving understanding of ancient Egypt. Heliopolis, the sacred city of the sun god. Few lost cities of ancient Egypt combined such profound religious significance with near-complete physical disappearance as Heliopolis, the sacred center of solar worship known to the Egyptians as Unu, Pillar City. Located just northeast of modern Cairo, this once magnificent religious complex housed some of Egypt's most important temples and played a pivotal role in the development of Egyptian theological thought. Yet, despite its fundamental importance to Egyptian religion and culture, Heliopolis has virtually vanished from the landscape, leaving only scattered fragments to mark a site that once rivaled Thebes and Memphis in splendor. The significance of Heliopolis stems from its position as the primary cult center of Ra or Re, the sun god who eventually became Egypt's supreme deity. Archaeological evidence suggests the site was occupied from the predynastic period, but it rose to prominence during the Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 181 BCE, when solar theology began dominating royal ideology. The city's ancient Egyptian name, Unu, referred to the primeval mound or pillar that emerged from the waters of chaos at creation, a concept central to Heliopolitan cosmology that envisioned the site as the literal birthplace of the world. According to the Heliopolitan cosmogony, preserved in the pyramid texts and later religious compositions, creation began at Heliopolis when the sun god emerged from the primordial waters. This divine force then generated other deities and organized the cosmos according to the principle of mad truth, justice, and cosmic order. This theological system positioned Heliopolis as the axis mundi, the point where heaven, earth, and the underworld connected, giving the city unparalleled religious prestige throughout Egyptian history. The city's physical layout reflected its cosmic significance. At its heart stood the great temple of Ra, a vast complex that grew through successive dynasties as pharaohs added buildings, obelisks, and statuary. Egyptian texts describe massive bronze doors, cedarwood columns plated with electrum, a gold-silver alloy, and ritual lakes used in purification ceremonies. Adjacent structures housed temples to associated deities, including Autumn, the evening manifestation of the sun, Hathor, and Thoth, forming a religious precinct of extraordinary scale and magnificence. Perhaps the most distinctive features of Heliopolis were its obelisks, tall, tapering monoliths crowned with pyramidions that captured the first rays of the rising sun. These monuments, whose form symbolized petrified sunbeams, were particularly associated with Heliopolis. Indeed, the city's Greek name meaning Sun City was echoed in the term Heliopolitan, still used to describe this architectural form. Pharaohs throughout Egyptian history erected these imposing markers, with pairs typically flanking temple entrances to symbolize the sun's daily rebirth. Heliopolis served not merely as a religious center, but as an intellectual powerhouse. The city housed what ancient sources describe as one of the earliest formalized knowledge institutions, the House of Life, Parank, where scribes studied astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and theology. The priests of Heliopolis maintained astronomical records, developed sophisticated calendrical systems, and formulated theological concepts that influenced Egyptian religion for millennia. Their reputation for wisdom attracted figures like the Greek philosopher Plato, who reportedly studied there. The Heliopolitan priesthood held remarkable influence in Egyptian society. The high priest of Ra bore the title greatest of seers and ranked among the kingdom's most powerful officials. These priests preserved ancient traditions while gradually synthesizing various solar deities into increasingly complex theological systems. The emergence of composite deities like Amun-Ra and the development of concepts like the solar bark's nightly journey through the underworld reflected this ongoing theological elaboration centered at Heliopolis. Archaeological evidence and historical texts trace Heliopolis' importance across dynasties. During the Old Kingdom, its priests developed the sun-centered theology that underpinned royal ideology. The 5th dynasty pharaohs, c. 2494-345 BCE, demonstrated particular devotion to the solar cult, building sun temples connected to their pyramids and incorporating the term Son of Ra into royal titulary. Middle Kingdom pharaohs continued this tradition, with Senusret, IC 1970, 119-6 BCE, erecting the famous obelisk that still stands at the site, the oldest standing obelisk in Egypt. The new kingdom brought renewed royal attention to Heliopolis. Thutmose III c. 1470-91 for 25 BCE commissioned numerous obelisks, including examples later transported to Constantinople, Rome, London, and New York. Ramesses II c. 1270-91 to 13 BCE expanded the temple complex with characteristic monumentality, adding colossal statues and new sanctuaries, even during the political fragmentation of the Third Intermediate Period. Local rulers continued maintaining Heliopolis sacred structures, demonstrating the site's enduring religious significance. Foreign rulers who conquered Egypt typically sought legitimacy by honoring Heliopolitan traditions. Persian King Darius, I 522-86 BCE, built at Heliopolis despite being a Zoroastrian, while Ptolemaic rulers incorporated the solar deity into their syncretic religious system. This pattern of continuous construction and expansion through successive regimes made Heliopolis one of Egypt's most architecturally layered religious centers, with monuments spanning nearly 3 millennia of Egyptian civilization. Heliopolis' importance extended beyond Egypt's borders, influencing neighboring cultures and religious traditions. Biblical texts mention the city as On and describe it as the home of Potiphera, priest of On, and father-in-law to the biblical Joseph. Some scholars suggest connections between Heliopolitan solar theology and aspects of early Israelite religious thought. Greek historians like Herodotus and Strabo described Heliopolis temples and priests with reverence, while Plato's philosophy shows possible influences from concepts he encountered there during his reported Egyptian sojourn. Given this extraordinary historical and religious significance, why has Heliopolis nearly vanished, while other Egyptian temple complexes like Karnak remain standing? The answer lies in a perfect storm of geographical, political, and material factors that conspired to erase this once magnificent city from the landscape. Understanding this process illuminates the particular vulnerability of Egypt's delta cities to destruction and disappearance. The first factor in Heliopolis' disappearance was its location. Unlike Thebes, situated in the narrow Nile Valley, where settlement areas were limited, Heliopolis lay on valuable agricultural land in the fertile delta region. As Egypt's population grew, particularly during the medieval and modern periods, pressure to convert ancient sites to farmland intensified. With limited habitable land available, archaeological preservation increasingly conflicted with agricultural necessity. The second, and perhaps most significant factor, was the founding of Cairo in 969 CE. The new Islamic capital required vast quantities of building materials, and nearby Heliopolis provided a convenient quarry. For centuries, limestone and granite from Heliopolis temples were systematically removed to construct mosques, palaces, and fortifications in Cairo. This cannibalization was so thorough that by the time European travelers began documenting Egyptian monuments in the 18th century, only fragments remained of what had been one of Egypt's most extensive temple complexes. Medieval Arabic sources testify to this systematic dismantling. The historian Al-Makrizi, 1364 for 2 CE, described still visible ruins at Heliopolis, nodding statues of extraordinary size and obelisks of astonishing height among the remains. He also documented the ongoing removal of stone for Cairo's construction, recording that the process had been underway for centuries by his time. This literary evidence allows archaeologists to track the gradual disappearance of Heliopolis monuments through historical sources. A third factor in Heliopolis' destruction was its continuous occupation. Unlike sites abandoned to the desert that remained relatively untouched until modern archaeological investigation, Heliopolis lay in a constantly inhabited region. Each successive culture built atop previous remains, disturbing earlier layers. Modern Cairo's northeastern suburbs now completely cover ancient Heliopolis, with apartment buildings, streets, and infrastructure overlaying archaeological strata and further complicating excavation. Despite these challenges, archaeology has not entirely lost Heliopolis. The obelisk of Senusret still stands in the suburb of Al-Madhariya, marking the site of the ancient Sun Temple. At 67 feet tall and weighing 121 tons, this red granite monolith is the oldest standing obelisk in Egypt and provides a solitary reminder of Heliopolis' former magnificence. Nearby, the remains of a sacred, well known as Ain Shams, Eye of the Sun, links to ancient traditions about sacred waters at the creation site. Archaeological excavations, though limited by modern development, have revealed tantalizing fragments of Heliopolis' former glory. 19th century excavations uncovered massive temple foundations, remnants of enclosure walls, and scattered architectural elements. More recent work by Egyptian and German archaeological teams has exposed sections of the temple complex, including column bases, foundation stones, and ritual installations. These findings confirm the historical descriptions of Heliopolis' extraordinary scale and sophistication. Perhaps most remarkable are the scattered monuments from Heliopolis, now housed in museums and public spaces worldwide. Obelisks from the city stand in Rome, London, New York, and Istanbul. The renowned Flaminio obelisk in Rome's Piazza del Popolo was brought from Heliopolis by Emperor Augustus in 10 BCE. New York's Cleopatra's Needle in Central Park, and its twin on London's Victoria Embankment, originated at Heliopolis under Thutmose III before being moved to Alexandria, and then to their current locations in the 19th century. The Cairo Museum houses numerous statues, stelae, and architectural elements recovered from Heliopolis, including colossal statues of Ramesses II and remarkable Middle Kingdom sculptures. Recent excavations continue adding to this collection, with discoveries including a portion of a chapelle blanche white chapel from the Middle Kingdom and sections of a temple dating to Ramesses II. These fragments allow archaeologists to gradually reconstruct the appearance and development of this vanished religious center. The scattered nature of Heliopolis remains presents both challenges and opportunities for understanding its history. Archaeological excavations must work around modern infrastructure and contend with a high water table that threatens lower levels. Yet the global distribution of Heliopolitan monuments has simultaneously raised awareness of Egyptian cultural heritage worldwide, with millions of visitors encountering these impressive artifacts in museum collections across multiple continents. Modern Cairo's growth continues threatening remaining archaeological deposits at Heliopolis. Recent salvage excavations ahead of construction projects have revealed significant new finds, but development pressures remain intense. Egyptian authorities face difficult balancing acts between preserving cultural heritage and addressing modern housing and infrastructure needs in this densely populated area. Each construction project potentially uncovers new information about ancient Heliopolis while simultaneously destroying archaeological context. The story of Heliopolis perfectly exemplifies the complex fate of Egypt's lost cities, physically dismantled, yet intellectually and spiritually influential far beyond its boundaries. Though its temples have vanished, Heliopolitan theology profoundly shaped Egyptian religion throughout its history. The solar symbolism developed their influenced art and architecture across the Mediterranean world. Its astronomical observations and calendrical calculations provided foundations for later scientific developments, standing today at the solitary obelisk in Al-Matariya, surrounded by the urban buzz of modern Cairo. Visitors must use historical imagination to envision the vast temple complex that once dominated this landscape. The contrast between Heliopolis' transcendent religious significance and its physical disappearance offers a poignant reminder of time's passage. Yet through archaeology, historical texts, and surviving monuments, this lost city continues communicating across millennia, offering glimpses into one of human history's most sophisticated and enduring theological systems as Cairo continues its inexorable expansion. The challenge of preserving Heliopolis' remaining archaeological heritage grows more urgent. Modern archaeological teams race against development, recording and preserving what they can of this historically crucial site. Their efforts ensure that even as a physically lost city, Heliopolis maintains its place in our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization and its profound contributions to human religious and intellectual history. Avaris, the enigmatic capital of foreign rulers. For centuries, Avaris existed only in historical texts, a shadowy foreign capital established in Egypt's eastern delta during the Second Intermediate Period, c. 1651-550 BCE. This mysterious city, headquarters of the controversial Hyksos rulers who controlled northern Egypt for over a century, featured prominently in later Egyptian accounts as the center of an alien occupation that traditional histories portrayed as Egypt's greatest humiliation. Yet, despite its historical significance, Avaris remained physically elusive until relatively recent archaeological discoveries transformed our understanding not only of this lost city, but of a pivotal period in Egyptian history. The story of Avaris begins with one of ancient Egypt's most enigmatic episodes, the Hyksos period. Traditional Egyptian sources, particularly the historian Manetho, whose work survives only in later quotations, described a traumatic invasion by foreign shepherd kings who conquered the delta, established their capital at Avaris, and ruled through tyranny until heroically expelled by Theban pharaohs who restored native rule. This narrative, emphasizing foreign brutality and eventual Egyptian triumph, became the standard account of the period, influencing historical understanding into the modern era. Archaeological discoveries at Tel el-Daba in Egypt's eastern delta have dramatically revised this simplistic narrative. Beginning in the 1960s, Austrian archaeologist Manfred Bayadak identified this site as ancient Avaris, and through decades of methodical excavation, revealed a far more complex story than the traditional invasion narrative. The archaeological record shows not a sudden military conquest, but a gradual infiltration of Canaanite peoples over generations, culminating in their political control of northern Egypt during the 15th and 16th dynasties. Tel el-Daba's archaeological sequence documents this transition in remarkable detail. During the late Middle Kingdom, c. 1800 BCE, the site began as a small Egyptian settlement with a military function, possibly guarding the northeastern approach to the delta. Gradually, increasing numbers of Canaanite immigrants settled in a dedicated district, maintaining distinctive burial customs and architectural traditions while participating in Egyptian economic life. As Central Egyptian authority weakened, these Canaanite elements gained political prominence, eventually establishing control over the eastern delta and ultimately northern Egypt. The excavated city reveals a fascinating cultural hybridity rather than simple foreign imposition. Canaanite architectural elements, houses with distinctive layouts featuring side entrances and central pillared halls, appeared alongside Egyptian-style administrative buildings. Burial practices combined traditional Canaanite warrior burials, including sacrificed donkeys and distinctive weapons, with adapted Egyptian funerary customs. Religious practices integrated Canaanite deities like Baal, Astarte, and Resheph with Egyptian gods, particularly Seth, who became the Hyksos divine patron through identification with their storm deity at its height during the Hyksos period, c. 1651-550 BCE. Avaris developed into a sophisticated urban center covering approximately 250 hectares, one of the largest cities in Egypt and the eastern Mediterranean at that time. A complex network of canals connected various districts while providing irrigation, transportation, and defensive barriers. Massive earthen ramparts reinforced with mud brick encircled key areas, particularly the city's northwestern sector, where elite residences and administrative buildings concentrated. These fortifications reflected both the military background of the Hyksos rulers and their precarious political position. The material culture uncovered at Avaris reveals extensive international connections that challenge the traditional image of the Hyksos as isolated usurpers. Imported pottery from Cyprus, the Levant, Nubia, and the Aegean demonstrate sophisticated trade networks spanning the eastern Mediterranean. Particularly notable are Monotone-style frescoes discovered in a palatial building, showing bull-leaping scenes and other motifs characteristic of Cretan palatial art. These remarkable finds suggest diplomatic exchanges and cultural connections extending far beyond Egypt and the Near East. Archaeologists have identified several palatial complexes at Avaris, with the most impressive located in the city's northeastern sector. This extensive compound featured massive mud brick platforms supporting administrative buildings, elite residences, and religious structures. A distinctive feature was a large garden with tree pits arranged in precise rows, possibly representing sacred groves associated with Near Eastern religious traditions. or simply reflecting the elite's desire for shaded luxury in Egypt's hot climate. These garden features provide crucial evidence about the environmental management and aesthetic preferences of Avaris rulers. Religious architecture at Avaris reveals the complex ideological foundations of Hyksos rule. A large temple dedicated to Seth Baal dominated the sacred landscape, reflecting the syncretic approach that merged Egyptian and Canaanite religious traditions. Smaller shrines devoted to various deities, including Asherah, Astarte, and Hathor, demonstrate religious pluralism within the city. Ritual deposits, including foundation sacrifices and votive offerings, combine Egyptian motifs with Levantan religious practices in ways that suggest deliberate cultural negotiation rather than simple replacement of existing traditions. The city's economic foundation appears through workshop areas specializing in metallurgy, textile production, pottery manufacturing, and other crafts. Archaeological evidence indicates that Avaris served as a major production center for bronze weapons and tools, with specialized workshops utilizing advanced metallurgical techniques from the Levant. The textile industry employed Egyptian and Near Eastern methods, creating distinctive hybrid products. This economic vitality helps explain how the city maintained its importance beyond political considerations. Avaris functioned as a manufacturing center and trade hub, connecting Egypt with the wider Mediterranean world. The end of Avaris as a Hyksos capital came with the campaigns of Amos I, c. 1551–525 BCE, founder of Egypt's 18th dynasty and the New Kingdom period. Traditional accounts describe a heroic siege culminating in the expulsion of the foreign rulers. Archaeological evidence provides a more nuanced picture, suggesting that while violent conflict occurred, evidenced by destruction layers and weapon findings, the transition also involved negotiation and selective continuity. The site was not completely abandoned. Rather, it transformed from a foreign-dominated center into an Egyptian royal city that maintained aspects of its international character. This transformation demonstrates a fascinating historical irony. Having expelled the Hyksos rulers, Egypt's New Kingdom pharaohs adopted many elements they had introduced, particularly military technology like the horse-drawn chariot, composite bow, and new forms of defensive architecture. The international outlook that characterized Avaris continued influencing Egyptian policy as New Kingdom pharaohs expanded into the Near East, creating Egypt's first true territorial empire. In this sense, the Hyksos interlude served as a catalyst for Egypt's imperial phase, rather than a simple interruption of native development. The post-Hyksos history of Avaris reveals additional complexities. Rather than abandoning this strategically located city, New Kingdom pharaohs redeveloped it as a military and administrative center. Thutmose III, c. 1470–91 for 25 BCE, and subsequent rulers maintained palaces and administrative buildings there under Ramesses II, c. 1270-91 to 13 BCE. The site became incorporated into his massive new capital, Pi-Ramses, which we explored in Chapter 3. The former Hyksos capital thus experienced an astonishing historical trajectory, from Egyptian frontier post to foreign capital to imperial Egyptian center, all documented in its archaeological layers. Beyond its fascinating urban development, Avaris provides unparalleled insights into a crucial transitional period in Egyptian history. The Second Intermediate Period has traditionally been viewed as a dark age of foreign domination. Archaeological evidence from Avaris reveals instead a dynamic period of cultural exchange, technological innovation, and political experimentation. The material record shows Egyptian culture adapting and evolving through interaction with Near Eastern traditions, rather than simply rejecting or suffering from foreign influence. The discovery and excavation of Avaris also illustrates the evolution of archaeological methodology over recent decades. Early approaches focused primarily on identifying the site and confirming its historical identity. As excavations progressed, increasingly sophisticated techniques allowed more nuanced understanding of urban development, environmental conditions, and daily life. Multidisciplinary studies now incorporate archaeobotany, zooarchaeology, physical anthropology, and materials science to reconstruct ancient lifeways with unprecedented detail. The archaeological investigation of Avaris continues today, with ongoing excavations regularly yielding new insights. Recent work has focused on peripheral areas of the ancient city, revealing industrial zones, residential neighborhoods, and harbor facilities that expand our understanding beyond the elite sectors explored in earlier campaigns. Geophysical survey techniques have mapped extensive areas without excavation, revealing street patterns, building foundations, and water management systems across the ancient urban landscape. Modern development threatens many aspects of this archaeological treasure. The site lies in Egypt's rapidly developing delta region, where agricultural expansion and urban growth create constant pressure on ancient remains. Part of the ancient city now lies beneath modern settlements, complicating excavation and preservation efforts. The high water table, typical of the delta region, creates additional conservation challenges, particularly for organic materials and mud brick architecture. These circumstances lend urgency to ongoing archaeological documentation before irreplaceable evidence disappears. For visitors today, Tel El Dabba presents a challenging site to appreciate visually. Unlike the stone temples of Upper Egypt that still stand impressively after millennia, Avaris was constructed primarily of mud brick that has deteriorated back into the earth. Few monumental structures remain visible on the surface. The site's significance emerges primarily through archaeological interpretation rather than visual splendor, requiring intellectual engagement with historical context to appreciate its importance. Nevertheless, artifacts from Avaris displayed in museums offer tangible connections to this lost city. The Egyptian Museum in Cairo houses significant finds, including Hyksos royal statuary, specialized weaponry, and distinctive pottery that illustrates the hybrid culture of this period. Particularly impressive are scarabs and seal impressions bearing the names of Hyksos rulers, providing rare physical evidence of these controversial historical figures, previously known mainly through hostile Egyptian accounts. The most spectacular artifacts from Avaris, the monotone-style frescoes, represent some of the most important artistic discoveries in recent Egyptian archaeology. These fragments, painstakingly reconstructed from thousands of pieces, show bull-leaping scenes, hunting activities, and other motifs executed in the distinctive style of Menon Crete, currently housed primarily in research facilities rather than public museums. They await proper conservation and display facilities that would make them accessible to wider audiences beyond its archaeological significance. Avaris carries important lessons about cultural interaction and historical narrative. The traditional Egyptian portrayal of the Hyksos as barbaric invaders served political purposes for later pharaohs who defined their legitimacy through opposition to foreign elements. Archaeological evidence reveals a far more complex reality of cultural exchange, adaptation, and hybridity. This discrepancy between textual representation and material reality reminds us to approach historical narratives critically, particularly those written by victors about their defeated opponents. The story of Avaris also offers insights into patterns of migration, acculturation, and political change that resonate in contemporary discussions. The gradual transition from immigrant community to political leadership, the selective adaptation of cultural practices, and the ultimate cultural fusion that occurred all represent processes with historical parallels across human societies, far from representing a unique aberration in Egyptian history. The Hyksos period exemplifies common patterns of cultural interaction in societies experiencing demographic change and political transition. As archaeological work continues at Tel El Daba, our understanding of Avaris continues evolving. Each field season adds new details to this portrait of an ancient multicultural city where Egyptians and Near Easterners created a distinctive hybrid society. Though physically lost beneath delta soil for millennia, Avaris has reemerged through archaeology to challenge simplistic historical narratives and enrich our understanding of ancient cultural interaction. Its story reminds us that even the most enigmatic lost cities can eventually yield their secrets through patient, methodical archaeological investigation, combined with critical historical analysis. Hierakonpolis, ancient capital of Upper Egypt, long before the pyramids rose at Giza, before hieroglyphic writing fully developed, and nearly a millennium before Thebes emerged as a power center, there stood a city that would witness the birth of Egyptian kingship itself. Hierakonpolis, neck-hin to the ancient Egyptians, represents one of archaeology's most important windows into the formative period, when Egypt transformed from scattered predynastic settlements into history's first nation-state. Unlike many of Egypt's lost cities that flourished during well-documented historical periods, Hierakonpolis illuminates the crucial but shadowy era when the foundations of Egyptian civilization were first established. Located on the west bank of the Nile, approximately 80 kilometers south of modern Luxor, Hierakonpolis occupied a strategic position at the edge of the Nile Valley, where the river flows close to the western desert escarpment. The site's ancient Egyptian name, Nekhen, may derive from a word meaning fortress or stronghold, reflecting its early importance as a regional power center. The Greek name Hierakonpolis, City of the Hawk, references the falcon-headed god Horus, whose early cult center this city hosted, a religious association that would prove crucial to Egypt's emerging political ideology. Archaeological evidence indicates that the Hierakonpolis area witnessed human occupation from at least the Badarian period, c. 40 for 104,000 BCE, with settlement gradually intensifying through the Naqada I and II cultures, c. for 1,330 BCE. During this predynastic era, the site evolved from a modest riverside settlement into the largest urban center in Upper Egypt, eventually extending over 3 kilometers along the floodplain, with specialized districts for elite residents, craft production, and religious activities. This urban development paralleled increasing social stratification and political centralization throughout the Nile Valley. What makes Hierakonpolis extraordinarily significant is its unparalleled archaeological record of Egypt's transition to statehood. The site has yielded the earliest evidence for many hallmarks of pharaonic civilization: monumental architecture, specialized craft production, elaborate elite tombs, religious iconography, and nascent writing. Most crucially, excavations have uncovered compelling evidence for the emergence of kingship as Egypt's defining political institution, including the earliest known royal regalia and ceremonial artifacts that would characterize Egyptian rulership for 3 millennia. The history of Hierakonpolis rediscovery and excavation forms a fascinating chapter in archaeology's development as a discipline. British archaeologist James E. Quibble and his colleague Frederick Green conducted the first systematic excavations in 1890-71-898, recovering spectacular artifacts including the Narmer pallet, Narmer mace head, and a gilded copper Horus statue, objects that revolutionized understanding of Egypt's formative period. However, like many early excavations, their work focused primarily on spectacular finds rather than systematic documentation of archaeological context. Modern scientific excavations began in the 1970s when American archaeologist Michael Hoffman initiated the Hierakonpolis expedition, applying rigorous multidisciplinary approaches to the site. This work continued under British archaeologist Barbara Adams, and subsequently under Egyptian and international teams. These ongoing investigations have transformed Hierakonpolis from a source of isolated, spectacular artifacts into a comprehensively documented archaeological landscape that reveals the complex processes of early state formation. The most famous artifact from Hierakonpolis, the Narmer palette, deserves special attention for its historical significance. This ceremonial slate object, approximately 64 centimeters tall, depicts King Narmer, often identified with the semi-legendary Menes, wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt and smiting enemies, visually proclaiming the unification of Egypt around 3100 BCE. The imagery establishes iconographic conventions that would characterize royal art for millennia, while the hieroglyphic elements represent an early stage in the development of formal writing. This single object encapsulates the political, artistic, and intellectual transformations occurring as Egypt coalesced into a unified state. Beyond this iconic artifact, Hierakonpolis has yielded extraordinary evidence of early monumental architecture. At the site called locality HK29A, archaeologists discovered remains of Egypt's earliest known temple, a mud brick structure dating to approximately 3400 BCE, with offering niches, plastered and painted walls, and evidence of ritual activities, including animal sacrifice. This predynastic temple preceded the unification of Egypt and demonstrates that monumental religious architecture emerged before the establishment of the dynastic state, suggesting that religious organization may have provided templates for subsequent political developments. Even more impressive is the structure known as the fort, built around 2700 BCE during the early dynastic period. This massive mud brick enclosure with niched facade architecture represents one of Egypt's earliest examples of monumental construction techniques that would later characterize pyramid complexes and temples. Though traditionally called a fort, the structure likely served primarily ceremonial rather than military functions, possibly as a royal residence used during ritual visits, or as an elaborate temple complex dedicated to Horus. Cemeteries surrounding Hierakonpolis provide crucial evidence for emerging social stratification and elite identity formation. The predynastic elite cemetery, HK6, contains elaborate tombs unlike anything previously known from this early period. Most spectacular is Tomb 16, dating to around 3600 BCE, nearly 5 centuries before unification. This remarkable burial contained a mud brick-lined chamber covered with wooden roofing. Its walls once adorned with Egypt's earliest known tomb paintings, depicting hunting scenes, boats, and human figures. The central human burial was accompanied by separate interments of various animals, including elephants, baboons, wild cattle, and many other species, sacrifices, demonstrating the exceptional status and resource control of this predynastic ruler, particularly significant for understanding early Egyptian religion, are indications that Hierakonpolis hosted the original cult of Horus, the falcon god, who would become intimately associated with Egyptian kingship. Excavations have uncovered numerous falcon burials, falcon representations, and ritual objects connected to this deity. The association between the local god of this powerful predynastic center and the emerging institution of kingship suggests how regional religious traditions became incorporated into national ideology as Egypt unified. The pharaohs' later identification as the living Horus likely originated in the political religious synthesis that occurred at Hierakonpolis. Evidence for craft specialization abounds at Hierakonpolis, demonstrating how economic organization developed alongside political centralization. Archaeologists have identified dedicated production areas for pottery, stone vessels, beads, lithics, and most significantly, early metallurgy. The site has yielded Egypt's oldest known copper smelting facilities, with furnaces, crucibles, and slag heaps, indicating sophisticated understanding of pyrotechnology. The famous gilded copper Horus statue, dating to approximately 3000 BCE, represents the earliest known life-sized metal sculpture from anywhere in the world, demonstrating the exceptional technical achievements of Hierakonpolis craftspeople. Beer production appears to have held special economic and ritual significance at Hierakonpolis. Excavations have uncovered large-scale brewing facilities capable of producing thousands of liters of beer, far beyond household consumption needs. This industrial-scale production likely supported labor mobilization for construction projects and supplied offerings for increasingly elaborate religious ceremonies. The centralized control of beer production demonstrates how economic specialization and resource redistribution underpinned the emerging administrative systems of the early Egyptian state. As Egypt unified and established its capital at Memphis around 3100 BCE, Hierakonpolis gradually lost its preeminent political position. However, unlike many settlements that declined into obscurity, the city maintained significant religious importance throughout pharaonic history due to its association with Egyptian kingship's origins and its status as Horus cult center. Temple buildings were regularly renewed by successive dynasties, with significant construction occurring during the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms. Archaeological evidence and textual references confirm that Hierakonpolis remained an important provincial center, and pilgrimage destination for over 3 millennia. The site experienced particular revitalization during the New Kingdom, c. 1551-070 BCE, when a substantial temple dedicated to Horus was constructed, incorporating a massive stone gateway and new auxiliary buildings. This temple, though much smaller than contemporary structures at Thebes or Memphis, maintained rituals connecting the ruling pharaohs to their dynastic origins. Hierakonpolis appears repeatedly in royal titulary and religious texts throughout Egyptian history, demonstrating its continued ideological significance even as its political and economic importance diminished. The city's ultimate decline occurred gradually during the Third Intermediate and Late periods, c. 1073-32 BCE, with settlement contracting and monumental construction ceasing. By the Ptolemaic period, the focus of local religious activity had shifted to nearby Edfu, where an impressive and still standing temple to Horus was constructed. Hierakonpolis progressively abandoned, its mud brick structures returning to the earth, and its stone elements eventually repurposed for later construction. Unlike some lost cities that disappeared through dramatic events, Hierakonpolis simply faded as Egypt's religious and political landscape evolved. Modern archaeological work at Hierakonpolis continues yielding remarkable discoveries. Recent excavations have uncovered additional elite predynastic tombs, early industrial areas, and evidence of international trade connections extending to Nubia, the Levant, and possibly beyond. Particularly significant are findings that push back the origins of Egyptian cultural developments earlier than previously recognized. Complex religious practices, social hierarchy, and technological innovation now appear well-established centuries before formal unification. These discoveries demonstrate that Egyptian civilization emerged through long-term indigenous processes rather than sudden external influence or rapid revolution. The site presents unique conservation challenges. Unlike the stone monuments of later periods that weathered millennia relatively intact, Hierakonpolis primarily contains mud brick structures and organic remains that deteriorate rapidly once exposed. Archaeological teams must balance scientific investigation with preservation concerns, often reburying structures after documentation to protect them from erosion and looting. The painted tomb at HK6 represents a particular conservation priority, requiring specialized techniques to preserve its fragile pigments and mud plaster, some of Egypt's earliest known wall paintings. For visitors today, Hierakonpolis offers a different experience from Egypt's more famous archaeological sites. Without towering stone temples or elaborate tombs remaining visible, the site requires interpretive imagination to appreciate its significance. The fort stands as the most prominent remaining structure, its massive mud brick walls still rising impressively from the desert edge. archaeological preserves protect the predynastic settlement and cemetery areas, though these require expert guidance to interpret. Most spectacular artifacts from Hierakonpolis reside in museums, particularly the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, where the Narmer palette and other foundational objects occupy prominent positions. What makes Hierakonpolis exceptional among Egypt's lost cities is its temporal position at the threshold between prehistory and history. Unlike Pi-Ramses or Tanis, which flourished during well-documented historical periods, Hierakonpolis illuminates the crucial but shadowy era when Egyptian civilization itself was taking form. The site offers archaeology's clearest window into the processes through which scattered agricultural communities transformed into history's first territorial state, with distinctive artistic conventions, monumental architecture, religious ideology, and administrative systems. As we continue exploring Egypt's lost cities, Hierakonpolis reminds us that even the most enduring civilizations had origins, moments when innovative cultural patterns first crystallized into recognizable traditions. The artifacts and structures discovered at this ancient city do not merely document an interesting regional center. They reveal the very foundations of a civilization that would flourish for 3 millennia and continue influencing human culture into the present day. In the broken pottery, mud brick remains, and spectacular elite goods of Hierakonpolis, we glimpse the birth of pharaonic Egypt, one of humanity's most remarkable and enduring cultural achievements. Naucratis, the first Greek city in Egypt, while many of Egypt's lost cities represent indigenous developments spanning millennia of pharaonic history, Naucratis stands apart as a unique experiment in cultural exchange and controlled international contact. Established in the western Nile Delta during the 7th century BCE, this remarkable settlement became the first officially sanctioned Greek colony on Egyptian soil, a vibrant commercial hub where Mediterranean traders and Egyptian administrators created a distinctive multicultural environment that would influence both civilizations, though now reduced to scattered archaeological remains in the fields near modern Kamjev. Naucratis once served as Egypt's primary gateway to the Greek world and a crucible for the Hellenistic civilization that would later transform the Eastern Mediterranean. The founding of Naucratis occurred during one of Egypt's most dynamic periods of international engagement. The late 7th century BCE saw the emergence of the 26th Sate dynasty under Pharaoh Psamtik I, who reunified Egypt after centuries of fragmentation and foreign domination, recognizing the military and commercial advantages of Greek connections. Psamtik recruited Greek and Carian mercenaries to strengthen his forces, while simultaneously seeking to expand Egyptian trade networks in the Mediterranean. These policies created conditions for unprecedented Greek-Egyptian interaction after centuries of limited contact, according to the Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE and provides our most detailed literary account of Naucrates, Pharaoh Ramesses, 575-26 BCE, formally established the city as an exclusive Greek trading port, declaring that those Greeks who came to Egypt should settle at Naucrates, while archaeological evidence suggests Greek presence predated Ramesses by at least a century. His decree likely formalized and expanded existing arrangements, creating a controlled environment where Greeks could reside and trade under Egyptian oversight. The archaeological rediscovery of Naucrates represents a fascinating chapter in Egyptology. British archaeologist William Flinders Petrie conducted the first excavations in 1884-1885, identifying the site based on Herodotus descriptions and uncovering substantial evidence of Greek settlement. Subsequent excavations by Ernest Gardner, David Hogarth, and Albert Leonard expanded understanding of the site during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. More recent work by the British Museum, under the direction of Alexandra Villing, has utilized modern archaeological techniques to document the site comprehensively while addressing questions left unanswered by earlier investigations. What these excavations revealed was a settlement unlike any other in ancient Egypt, a city where Greek architectural forms, religious practices, and commercial activities flourished within a distinctly Egyptian administrative framework. The urban layout included dedicated sanctuaries for Greek city-states, commercial warehouses, industrial workshops, and residential quarters, all arranged according to both practical considerations and symbolic demonstrations of Egyptian authority over foreign residents. Most distinctive among Naucrates' features were its Greek sanctuaries. Herodotus mentions that the greatest and most famous and most visited precinct is that called the Hellenion, a massive sanctuary jointly established by Greeks from 9 different cities. Archaeological excavations confirmed this account, uncovering the Hellenion's substantial remains alongside smaller temples dedicated to Apollo, Aphrodite, Hera, and the Dioscuri. These sanctuaries featured distinctively Greek architectural elements, including columned porticos and altar arrangements, rarely seen elsewhere in Egypt before the Ptolemaic period. The religious landscape of Naucrates reveals sophisticated cultural negotiations between Greek and Egyptian traditions. While Greek sanctuaries maintained Hellenic religious practices, evidence indicates that Egyptian deities, particularly Thoth, identified with Hermes as patron of commerce, also received worship from Greek residents. Temples to Egyptian gods stood in designated areas, maintaining traditional practices under Egyptian priestly administration. This religious compartmentalization allowed both cultures to maintain their distinct identities while accommodating necessary interactions. Commercial activities formed Naucrates' economic foundation, Archaeological evidence reveals extensive warehouse facilities, market areas, and administrative structures dedicated to regulating trade. Egyptian officials collected customs duties, registered incoming merchandise, and ensured compliance with royal regulations. Greek merchants imported olive oil, wine, silver, and manufactured goods, while exporting Egyptian grain, papyrus, linen, and luxury items. This highly regulated commerce created mutual economic benefits while allowing the Egyptian state to maintain control over international exchange. The material culture uncovered at Naucratis vividly illustrates its multicultural character. Excavations have yielded thousands of Greek pottery fragments, representing virtually every major production center in the Aegean world: Corinthian, Attic, East Greek, and Laconian wares. All appear in significant quantities, many bearing dedicatory inscriptions to Greek deities. Alongside these imports, archaeologists discovered locally produced hybrid forms, combining Greek decorative elements with Egyptian manufacturing techniques, demonstrating the emergence of distinctive aesthetic traditions through cultural interaction. Scarabs, amulets, and figurines found at the site show similar hybridity. Some maintain purely Egyptian or Greek forms, while others combine elements from both traditions. Greek deities represented with Egyptian artistic conventions, or Egyptian symbols adapted to Greek tastes. Particularly notable are faience objects manufactured at Naucratis, including distinctive types of amulets, vessels, and votive offerings that found markets in both Egypt and the broader Mediterranean, demonstrating how the city's unique position fostered innovative artistic and technological developments. Evidence for craft specialization abounds at Naucratis. Excavations have uncovered workshops producing faience, metalwork, sculpture, and various luxury goods. These operations appear to have combined Greek and Egyptian artisans, resulting in technological exchange and stylistic innovation. The site has yielded numerous unfinished objects, molds, and production debris, indicating large-scale manufacturing for both local use and export. This industrial aspect reinforces Naucratis' role not merely as a trading post, but as a production center, creating distinctive goods for international markets. The Greek community at Naucratis maintained strong connections with their homeland while adapting to Egyptian contexts. Inscriptions document dedications by Greek merchants thanking deities for successful voyages or profitable ventures. Graffiti in Greek alphabetic writing appears on pottery and architectural elements, sometimes including personal names, homeland identifications, or brief messages. These written traces provide rare glimpses of individual experiences within this multicultural environment, suggesting that Greek residents maintained distinct identities while engaging pragmatically with Egyptian contexts. For Egyptians, Naucratis represented a carefully controlled experiment in international engagement. Rather than allowing Greeks to settle throughout Egypt, the pharaohs concentrated them in this single location where their activities could be monitored and regulated. Egyptian administrative buildings dominated key areas of the city, visually reinforcing state authority. Textual evidence indicates that Egyptian officials maintained tight control over Greek movements beyond Naucrates, generally restricting them to designated trade routes and requiring appropriate documentation for travel to other Egyptian cities. This policy of controlled engagement reflected Egyptian strategic interests during a period of intensifying international competition. The late period saw Egypt navigating complex relationships with emerging Mediterranean powers, particularly Greece, while facing threats from established empires, Assyria, Babylon, and later Persia. By establishing Naucrates as a regulated interface between Egyptian and Greek spheres, the Sate pharaohs gained valuable military and commercial connections without compromising internal security or cultural autonomy. The arrangement satisfied Greek commercial ambitions while preserving Egyptian sovereignty. Naucrates' historical significance extends far beyond its local importance. The city served as a crucial conduit for cultural and intellectual exchange between two of the ancient world's most sophisticated civilizations. Greek philosophers, historians, and travelers, including Thales, Solon, Pythagoras, and Herodotus, reportedly visited Egypt via Naucrates, encountering Egyptian mathematical, astronomical, and religious traditions that influenced Greek philosophical development. Meanwhile, Greeks introduced architectural concepts, artistic techniques, and commercial practices that gradually influenced Egyptian traditions, particularly in the Delta region. The city's role evolved significantly after Alexander's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE and the establishment of Ptolemaic rule. With Alexandria's founding as Egypt's new Mediterranean gateway, Naucrates lost its exclusive status as the sole Greek trading port. However, archaeological evidence indicates continued prosperity through the early Ptolemaic period, with the city adapting to new circumstances by specializing in particular industries and regional trade networks. Only gradually did its importance diminish as Alexandria's dominance redirected Mediterranean commerce through new channels. Naucrates continued as a significant settlement through the Roman period, though with further reduced prominence as Egypt's administrative structure evolved. Archaeological evidence indicates substantial Roman-era construction, including baths, administrative buildings, and infrastructure improvements. Residential areas remained occupied, though the city's character increasingly resembled other provincial Egyptian towns, rather than maintaining its earlier distinctive Greek-Egyptian hybridity. By late antiquity, the settlement had contracted significantly, with evidence of abandonment in many previously occupied areas. The city's final decline occurred during the early Islamic period, with settlement apparently ceasing entirely by the 10th century CE. Environmental factors likely contributed to this abandonment, as changes in the Nile's course gradually reduced navigability in the western delta. Agricultural intensification subsequently transformed the area, with farming activity disturbing archaeological layers and incorporating ancient building materials into later structures. By the time European travelers began exploring Egypt's antiquities, Naucratis had completely disappeared from visible inspection, its location becoming an archaeological puzzle. Modern threats to Naucratis' archaeological remains are severe. The site lies in Egypt's intensively cultivated delta region, where agricultural expansion, rising groundwater, and infrastructure development continuously impact ancient layers. Recent rescue excavations by Egyptian and international teams have documented extensive damage from modern activities, with many areas identified in earlier excavations now completely destroyed. These circumstances lend urgency to ongoing documentation efforts before irreplaceable evidence disappears entirely. For visitors today, little visible evidence marks Naucratis' location near modern Kamjev. Unlike the spectacular stone temples of Upper Egypt, this once thriving commercial center has left minimal surface traces, with most architectural remains lying below modern agricultural fields. The site's invisibility belies its historical importance, a pattern common to many delta settlements whose mud brick construction and environmental circumstances resulted in poor preservation compared to desert edge sites in Upper Egypt. Nevertheless, Naucratis maintains a vivid presence in museum collections worldwide. The British Museum, Ashmolean Museum, Bolton Museum, and Egyptian Museum in Cairo all display significant artifacts from the site, particularly the distinctive pottery, faience objects, and votive offerings that characterized its material culture. These collections allow visitors to appreciate the remarkable artistic hybridity that developed through Greek-Egyptian interaction at this pioneering multicultural settlement. Beyond its historical significance, Naucratis offers valuable perspectives on intercultural exchange processes relevant to contemporary discussions. The city demonstrates how two distinctive civilizations, each with strong cultural traditions and established identities, could create functional arrangements for interaction that maintained boundaries while enabling productive exchange. The archaeological evidence reveals pragmatic adaptations, selective borrowings, and innovative hybridizations that developed within a framework of clearly defined political relationships rather than through unregulated contact. As modern archaeological work continues documenting Naucratis' remains before they disappear entirely, the city's story remains an important chapter in understanding how ancient civilizations managed international relationships. The carefully controlled experiment in cultural interface that began at Naucratis eventually expanded into the cosmopolitan Hellenistic world, where Greek and Egyptian traditions merged more completely. From its humble beginnings as a trading post in the Western Delta, this pioneering settlement helped establish patterns of Mediterranean interconnection that would transform the ancient world. Technologies for finding lost cities. The discovery of Egypt's lost cities has transformed dramatically from the intuitive explorations of early adventurers to the sophisticated scientific methodologies of modern archaeology. This evolution reflects not merely changing techniques, but a fundamental shift in how we approach the past, from treasure hunting to contextual understanding, from isolated spectacular finds to comprehensive landscape analysis. Today's archaeologists employ an impressive arsenal of technologies that would seem almost magical to their 19th century predecessors, allowing them to detect buried structures without excavation, map entire ancient landscapes from space, and reconstruct environmental conditions from microscopic remains. This technological revolution has revealed lost Egyptian cities that remained hidden for millennia despite centuries of exploration. The earliest approaches to finding Egypt's lost settlements relied primarily on visible landscape features and textual references. 19th century explorers like Giovanni Belzoni, John Gardner Wilkinson, and Jean-Francois Champollion identified sites by recognizing mounds, tells rising above the floodplain, and correlating them with locations mentioned in ancient Egyptian, Greek, or Roman texts. This methodology yielded impressive results at prominent sites with substantial stone architecture or distinctive topography, but proved inadequate for detecting cities built primarily of mud brick or buried beneath later development. Many important settlements remained undiscovered or misidentified despite extensive surface surveys. The foundations for more systematic approaches emerged in the early 20th century with pioneers like William Matthew Flinders Petrie, who introduced rigorous stratigraphic methods and ceramic typologies to Egyptian archaeology. By carefully documenting pottery styles and their chronological associations, Petrie and his successors created frameworks for dating even small fragments found on the surface, allowing preliminary identification of settlement periods without excavation. This methodology proved particularly valuable in the Nile Delta, where many important ancient cities remained hidden beneath agricultural fields with minimal surface indications. Aerial photography represented the first truly revolutionary technology for identifying lost settlements. Initially employed in Egypt during the 1920s and expanded significantly after World War II, aerial surveys revealed subtle landscape features invisible at ground level, ghostly outlines of ancient walls, street grids, and canals, visible only from above through slight variations in soil color, vegetation growth, or surface relief. These techniques proved especially effective in the desert margins, where abandoned settlements left faint but detectable signatures on the landscape. The Western Desert Survey, conducted by the Royal Air Force in the 1930s, identified numerous previously unknown archaeological sites through aerial reconnaissance. The development of geophysical prospection techniques, beginning in the 1960s, marked another transformative advance. Magnetometry, measuring subtle variations in the Earth's magnetic field caused by buried archaeological features, proved particularly effective in Egyptian contexts. Mud brick walls, fired installations like kilns, and disturbed soil from ancient ditches and pits all create distinctive magnetic signatures detectable by sensitive instruments towed across the surface. Early applications at sites like Memphis demonstrated the technique's potential, while more recent surveys at Tel El-Daba, Avaris, Tanis, and other delta sites have mapped extensive urban layouts without disturbing a single grain of sand. Complementing magnetometry, electrical resistivity surveys measure soil's resistance to electrical current, which varies depending on moisture content and compaction. This technique excels at identifying stone structures, wall foundations, and ancient waterways based on their distinctive electrical properties. Ground-penetrating radar, GPR, sends radio waves into the soil and records reflections from buried features, creating cross-sectional images of subsurface structures. These methods offer particular advantages in densely occupied sites with multiple building phases, allowing archaeologists to distinguish various construction levels before excavation. The advent of satellite remote sensing in recent decades has revolutionized landscape-scale archaeological prospection. Initially, archaeologists utilized declassified corona spy satellite imagery from the 1960s and 1970s, which captured the Egyptian landscape before recent agricultural expansion and urban development obliterated many archaeological features. These historical images allowed identification of numerous lost settlements that have since disappeared beneath modern construction. More recently, high-resolution commercial satellite platforms like IKONOS, QuickBird, and Worldview provide detailed modern imagery for comparative analysis. Particularly transformative has been multispectral and hyperspectral satellite imaging, which captures data across multiple wavelength bands beyond visible light. These technologies can detect archaeological features invisible to the human eye by identifying subtle differences in soil chemistry, moisture content, and vegetation health associated with buried structures. The technique has proven especially valuable in Egypt's Delta region, where traditional archaeological methods face significant challenges from high groundwater and dense modern occupation. Recent surveys using multispectral imaging have identified dozens of previously unknown settlements in this archaeologically crucial but challenging region. LIDAR, light detection and ranging technology, represents one of archaeology's most powerful recent innovations, though its application in Egypt remains somewhat limited compared to densely vegetated regions elsewhere. This aerial laser scanning technique creates extraordinarily precise three-dimensional models of the Earth's surface, penetrating vegetation cover and revealing subtle topographic features. While primarily deployed in jungle environments like Central America, LIDAR has demonstrated potential in selected Egyptian contexts, particularly desert margins, where ancient settlement features create slight surface undulations detectable through precise measurement. The underwater realm has posed particular challenges for archaeological exploration, yet technological advances have transformed this domain as well. Traditional scuba-based archaeology faces significant limitations in the turbid waters off Egypt's Mediterranean coast, where many ancient coastal cities now lie submerged. The development of side-scan sonar, multi-beam echosounders, and sub-bottom profilers has allowed systematic mapping of underwater archaeological landscapes. These technologies transmit acoustic signals and analyze their reflections to create detailed images of submerged structures, even in low visibility conditions. The spectacular discoveries at Thinis Herakleion and Eastern Canopus by Frank Gaudio's team exemplify the potential of these approaches when combined with systematic underwater excavation. Environmental reconstruction techniques have proven equally important for understanding the contexts in which Egypt's lost cities developed and declined. Geoarchaeological methods analyze sediment cores to reconstruct ancient landscapes, identifying former river channels, coastlines, and environmental conditions. Paleobotanical analysis examines preserved plant remains to understand agricultural practices, diet, and environmental change. Zooarchaeology studies animal bones to illuminate human-animal relationships and environmental exploitation. Together, these approaches provide crucial context for understanding why cities emerged in particular locations and why they were eventually abandoned. Perhaps most revolutionary has been the integration of these various technologies through geographic information systems, GIS, and digital modeling. Modern archaeological projects combine multiple datasets, satellite imagery, geophysical surveys, excavation results, environmental data within unified digital frameworks that allow sophisticated spatial analysis and visualization. Three-dimensional modeling techniques reconstruct ancient urban environments based on archaeological evidence, allowing virtual exploration of lost cities in their environmental contexts. These integrative approaches move beyond simply finding lost settlements to understanding them as complex systems interacting with their landscapes over time. The application of these technologies to specific Egyptian sites demonstrates their transformative potential. At Tanis in the northeastern delta, magnetometry surveys revealed extensive urban areas beyond the central temple precinct, mapping streets, residential districts, and industrial zones without excavation. At Memphis, Egypt's ancient administrative capital, geophysical surveys beneath modern agricultural fields identified previously unknown palace complexes, workshops, and residential areas, transforming understanding of this crucial but poorly preserved city. In the northwestern delta, multispectral satellite analysis identified the likely location of Thinis Herakleion before underwater exploration confirmed the discovery. Perhaps most impressively, surveys in the eastern delta combining satellite, remote sensing, magnetometry, and targeted excavation have mapped the enormous urban expanse of ancient Avaris/Pi-Ramses, revealing a complex palimpsest of settlement extending over 6 square kilometers. These non-invasive methods identified distinct urban quarters, industrial zones, harbor facilities, and defensive systems that would have required decades of conventional excavation to document. Similar approaches have revolutionized understanding of Bubastes, Mendes, Buto, and other major delta centers, previously known primarily from textual references rather than archaeological documentation. In Upper Egypt, where stone architecture and desert preservation created more visible archaeological landscapes, new technologies have still yielded remarkable discoveries. Satellite imagery identified previously unrecognized features around Hierakonpolis, including extensive predynastic settlement areas and ritual precincts beyond the known monumental center. At Thebes, geophysical surveys revealed buried structures between the better-known temples and tombs, demonstrating that the ancient city was far more densely occupied than previously recognized. Even at intensively studied sites like Abydos, new technologies continue identifying previously overlooked features, including entire settlement districts and processional routes. The lost Golden City, Atenrise, discovered near Luxor in 2021, exemplifies how these technologies can reveal major settlements even in intensively explored regions. Initial indications came from satellite imagery showing subtle surface anomalies, followed by magnetometry that identified promising buried structures. Subsequent excavation revealed an exceptionally preserved city from Amenhotep III's reign, c. 1391-352 BCE, with intact streets, houses, administrative buildings, and workshops. That such a substantial settlement could remain undetected until the 21st century, despite lying between Karnak and the Valley of the Kings in archaeology's most intensively studied region, demonstrates both the limitations of earlier approaches and the revolutionary potential of modern techniques. The discovery of submerged cities along Egypt's Mediterranean coast perhaps best illustrates the transformative impact of new technologies. Ancient texts mentioned important ports like Thinis Herakleion and Canopus, but their locations remained uncertain until recent decades. Using nuclear resonance magnetometry and sophisticated sonar systems, Frank Gaudio's team systematically mapped the submerged topography off Abu Qir Bay, identifying massive temple complexes, harbor installations, and residential districts lying beneath several meters of water and sediment. These discoveries revealed how tectonic subsidence, sea level rise, and soil liquefaction during earthquakes combined to submerge once thriving coastal cities, creating underwater archaeological sites of extraordinary preservation and complexity. The technological revolution in Egyptian archaeology extends beyond simply finding lost cities to understanding their internal organization and development over time. At Tel El Amarna, Akhenaten's short-lived capital, magnetometry surveys have mapped the entire urban layout, revealing not just the monumental central city, but also residential districts, industrial zones, and outlying settlements. This comprehensive mapping allows archaeologists to analyze urban planning principles, traffic patterns, social segregation, and administrative organization, questions impossible to address through traditional excavation alone, which typically samples only small portions of ancient urban landscapes. These new technologies have transformed not just discovery methods, but fundamental understanding of ancient Egyptian urbanism. Traditional excavations, focusing necessarily on limited areas, often emphasized monumental architecture and elite contexts, while underrepresenting residential districts, industrial zones, and peripheral areas. Comprehensive mapping through remote sensing provides more balanced perspectives on ancient cities as complete systems, revealing the spatial relationships between temples, palaces, workshops, residences, and agricultural hinterlands. This holistic view helps explain how Egyptian urban centers functioned as integrated economic, religious, and administrative systems. Environmental reconstruction techniques have similarly revolutionized understanding of why cities emerged and declined in particular locations. Geoarchaeological research in the Delta has demonstrated how shifting Nile branches repeatedly transformed settlement patterns, with cities rising along advantageous waterways and declining when these channels diminished. Studies of ancient coastlines explain the changing fortunes of maritime centers as sea levels fluctuated and harbor facilities silted up. Climate reconstruction from paleoenvironmental data illuminates how broader environmental changes influenced agricultural productivity and subsequently urban sustainability throughout Egyptian history. Despite these remarkable advances, significant challenges remain in the application of new technologies to Egypt's archaeological landscapes. The country's dense modern occupation, particularly in the Nile Delta and Valley, creates substantial obstacles for geophysical survey and remote sensing. High groundwater in the Delta complicates both detection and preservation of archaeological features. Rapid urban expansion and agricultural intensification continuously threaten archaeological sites before they can be properly documented. Even the most sophisticated technologies face limitations when confronted with Egypt's complex settlement history, where multiple occupation phases spanning thousands of years create palimpsests challenging to interpret without excavation. Looking toward the future, several emerging technologies show particular promise for continuing the revolution in archaeological discovery. Drone-mounted sensors now provide high-resolution imagery and three-dimensional topographic models at costs far below traditional aerial survey. Advances in computing power enable increasingly sophisticated processing of geophysical and remote sensing data, extracting weak archaeological signals from background noise. Machine learning algorithms analyzing satellite imagery can identify potential archaeological features across vast landscapes far more efficiently than human interpreters. Portable scientific instruments allow increasingly sophisticated on-site analysis of materials and environmental samples without removing them to distant laboratories. For visitors to Egypt today, these technological advances create both challenges and opportunities. The invisible nature of many detection methods means that crucially important archaeological discoveries may leave no visible surface indication for tourists to appreciate. Yet digital reconstruction and visualization technologies increasingly allow visitors to see lost cities through virtual reality experiences. Augmented reality applications overlaying ancient structures on modern landscapes, and museum installations featuring digital models based on archaeological data. These interpretive technologies bridge the gap between archaeological research and public understanding, making lost cities accessible even when their physical remains lie hidden beneath fields or water. As we conclude this exploration of technologies for finding Egypt's lost cities, we should recognize that these methods represent not merely technical innovations, but conceptual transformations in how we approach the ancient past. The shift from excavation-focused archaeology to multidisciplinary landscape approaches reflects deeper changes in how we understand ancient settlements, not as isolated monuments, but as complex systems embedded in environmental, economic, and cultural contexts. The lost cities emerging through these new methodologies appear more dynamic, more diverse, and more integrated with their landscapes than earlier archaeological paradigms suggested. The future of Egyptian archaeology lies not in returning to the spectacular individual discoveries that characterized earlier eras, but in continuing to develop integrated approaches that combine cutting-edge technologies with contextual understanding. Each lost city rediscovered through these methods contributes another piece to the complex mosaic of Egyptian civilization, one of humanity's most enduring and influential cultural achievements. Through technological innovation and methodological sophistication, modern archaeology continues illuminating Egypt's rich urban heritage, rescuing its lost cities from oblivion and restoring them to historical consciousness. Recent sensational discoveries. While many of Egypt's lost cities were rediscovered decades or even centuries ago, archaeological investigation continues yielding remarkable new discoveries that transform our understanding of ancient Egyptian urbanism. The past 2 decades have witnessed an extraordinary series of revelations as innovative technologies, systematic survey methods, and targeted excavations uncover previously unknown settlements and expand our knowledge of already identified sites. These recent discoveries demonstrate that despite 2 centuries of intensive archaeological exploration, ancient Egypt still holds many secrets waiting to be revealed by persistent research and methodical investigation. Perhaps the most spectacular recent discovery is the lost Golden City near Luxor, announced to the world in April 2021. Egyptian archaeologists led by Dr. Zahi Hawass uncovered an exceptionally well-preserved urban center dating to the reign of Amenhotep III, c. 1391-352 BCE, one of Egypt's most prosperous periods, officially named the Rise of Aten, but colloquially known as the Lost Golden City. This settlement represents the largest ancient city ever discovered in Egypt, with remarkably intact streets, houses, administrative buildings, and craft workshops preserved beneath desert sands for over 3,000 years. The discovery began serendipitously when archaeologists were searching for Tutankhamun's mortuary temple in an area between the temples of Ramesses III and Amenhotep III, west of Luxor. Instead, they encountered well-preserved mud brick walls rising up to 3 meters in height, an extraordinarily rare degree of preservation for domestic architecture. As excavations expanded, they revealed entire neighborhoods with zigzagging streets, complete buildings with rooms full of everyday objects, administrative facilities, and industrial areas for producing decorative elements, mud bricks, glass, and faience. What makes the lost Golden City discovery particularly significant is its exceptional preservation and its historical context during a pivotal transitional period. The settlement dates primarily to Amenhotep III's reign, but continued functioning into his son Akhenaten's revolutionary Amarna period, when Egypt briefly adopted monotheistic worship centered on the Aten sun disk. Archaeological evidence suggests the city remained partially occupied even after Akhenaten abandoned Thebes for his new capital at Amarna, providing crucial insights into this historically pivotal but archaeologically underrepresented period. Artifacts recovered from the site offer intimate glimpses into daily life during Egypt's Golden Age. Bakeries with complete bread molds, cooking vessels still containing food remains, weaving equipment, metal and glassworking facilities, and administrative seal impressions illuminate everyday activities in unprecedented detail. a peculiar burial discovered within the settlement, a human skeleton with arms extended in an unusual position and rope wrapped around the knees, hints at social practices not previously documented. The city's well-organized neighborhoods, divided by walls with single access points for security control, reveal sophisticated urban planning practices. Archaeologists continue excavating this massive site, with expectations that further work will uncover the city's administrative headquarters and cemetery. The discovery demonstrates how even in archaeology's most intensively investigated region, the Theban West Bank, with its famous Valley of the Kings, major settlements can remain undetected until systematic archaeological investigation reveals them. That such an extensive and well-preserved city could remain undiscovered until the 21st century, despite lying between Egypt's most famous archaeological sites, suggests many more lost settlements await discovery in less thoroughly explored regions. Almost equally spectacular are the ongoing discoveries at Tanis and eastern Canopus, submerged cities in Abu Qir Bay near Alexandria. Since their initial identification in the late 1990s by Frank Gaudio and the European Institute for Underwater Archaeology, systematic underwater excavations have continued revealing new districts and extraordinary artifacts from these vanished maritime centers. Recent seasons have uncovered additional temple areas, harbor facilities, shipwrecks, and ritual deposits that illuminate Egypt's maritime interactions during the late through Ptolemaic periods. Particularly significant recent finds include a remarkable military vessel discovered in 2021. This ship had been moored at the city's Temple of Amun when the entire complex collapsed into the water during a cataclysmic event in the 2nd century BCE. The vessel was pinned beneath temple blocks, preserving its hull in remarkable condition, a rare discovery given the poor preservation typical of ancient Mediterranean shipwrecks. Nearby excavations revealed ritual deposits, including bronze figures of Egyptian deities, imported Greek ceramics, and intricate jewelry, demonstrating the city's multicultural character as a gateway between Egyptian and Mediterranean worlds. The underwater archaeologists also recently identified an extensive new district of eastern Canopus, featuring a Greek sanctuary with offering tables, cult figures, and imported ceramics. Adjacent areas yielded evidence of industrial activities, including metalworking and ceramic production. These discoveries extend the known boundaries of these submerged centers and provide unprecedented information about waterfront facilities that served as crucial interfaces between maritime trade networks and Egypt's riverine transportation system. Each excavation season continues revealing new aspects of these remarkably preserved underwater urban landscapes. In Egypt's western delta, ongoing excavations at Qam el-Dika ancient rhodopes, have revealed a previously unknown Ptolemaic Roman urban center with exceptional architectural preservation. Work led by Egyptian and Polish archaeologists has uncovered extensive residential districts with complete house plans, street systems, industrial installations, and public buildings. Particularly notable are well-preserved baths, educational facilities, and entertainment structures that illuminate daily life in Egypt's multicultural cities during the Greco-Roman period. The site complements Alexandria's better-known urban remains by documenting provincial urban development during this transitional era. Perhaps most significant for understanding Egypt's formative periods are recent discoveries at Abydos, where work by a University of Pennsylvania team led by Dr. Joseph Wegner uncovered the previously unknown city of Wasat, enduring places associated with the Middle Kingdom Pharaoh Senwosret III c. 1878-1, 839 BCE. This planned settlement housed officials overseeing the king's nearby funerary complex and provides unprecedented insights into ancient Egyptian urban planning. Complete administrative buildings, residential blocks, and storage facilities illuminate how Egyptian authorities established and maintained provincial centers during the Middle Kingdom's Renaissance period. Even more remarkably, the same team discovered in 2014 the previously unknown tomb of a pharaoh named Senebkay, founder of a local dynasty during Egypt's fragmented Second Intermediate Period, c. 1651-550 BCE. Associated with this royal burial, archaeological evidence revealed an entire lost royal cemetery of the Abydos dynasty, a line of kings previously known only from a damaged name list, but now confirmed through physical remains. These discoveries fundamentally revise understanding of Egypt's political landscape during this pivotal transitional period, demonstrating how archaeological investigation continues transforming historical narratives established from textual sources. In northern Egypt, systematic survey work combining satellite imagery, geophysical prospection, and targeted excavation has identified dozens of previously unknown settlements in the Delta region. A joint Egyptian-Austrian mission recently documented an extensive urban landscape at Tel El-Daba and surrounding areas, revealing that ancient Avaris extended far beyond previously recognized boundaries. Similar work at Budo, Mendes, Bubastes, and other delta centers has mapped extensive urban areas hidden beneath agricultural fields, demonstrating that many known ancient cities were significantly larger and more complex than previously recognized. Equally important are recent discoveries of industrial landscapes associated with known urban centers. Work in the Eastern Desert has documented extensive gold mining settlements that supplied Egypt's wealth, with remarkably preserved administrative buildings, workers' quarters, and processing facilities. Similar industrial archaeology in the Sinai Peninsula has revealed copper and turquoise mining centers with evidence of specialized production organization. These discoveries extend our understanding of ancient Egyptian urbanism beyond major centers to include specialized settlements that connected metropolitan areas with resource extraction zones. The application of systematic archaeological survey methods to previously understudied regions continues yielding significant discoveries. Recent work in Egypt's western desert has identified numerous previously unrecognized settlements dating from predynastic through Roman periods, including way stations along desert trade routes, agricultural colonies established during periods of favorable climate, and administrative outposts controlling access to oasis regions. Similar survey work in the northern Sinai has documented extensive settlement networks connecting Egypt with the Levantan world, challenging traditional views of this region as a sparsely occupied buffer zone. Underwater archaeology along Egypt's Red Sea coast has identified several previously unknown port facilities that connected Nile Valley urban centers with maritime trade routes to Punt, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean. Excavations at Mersa have uncovered remarkably preserved remains of an expeditionary port dating primarily to the Middle Kingdom, including dismantled ship components, storage facilities, and administrative records documenting royal expeditions. Similarly, work at Wadi El Jarf has revealed the world's oldest known artificial harbor, dating to Khufu's reign during the 4th dynasty, c. 2600 BCE, with associated papyri documenting organization of royal expeditions. Even well-known urban centers continue yielding surprising discoveries through systematic investigation. Recent excavations at Memphis, Egypt's traditional administrative capital, have uncovered previously unknown palace complexes, temple areas, and industrial zones that transform understanding of this crucial but incompletely documented metropolis. Similar work at Thebes continues revealing residential districts, production areas, and administrative facilities beyond the well-known temple precincts, providing more balanced perspectives on these major urban centers as living communities rather than merely ceremonial complexes. Perhaps most exciting for future prospects are the emerging results of large-scale remote sensing projects using advanced satellite imaging, LiDAR, and geophysical techniques to systematically document archaeological landscapes across broad regions. The Egyptian Delta Archaeological Project combines multiple remote sensing technologies with targeted ground truthing to create comprehensive archaeological maps of threatened regions. Similar projects focusing on desert margins, coastal zones, and specific chronological periods promise to substantially expand the inventory of known ancient settlements in coming years. These recent discoveries share several significant patterns worth emphasizing. First, they demonstrate the archaeological potential remaining even in intensively investigated regions when systematic methods replace opportunistic exploration. Second, they highlight the value of multidisciplinary approaches, combining historical texts, remote sensing, geophysical survey, environmental reconstruction, and targeted excavation. Third, they increasingly focus on understanding complete urban systems rather than isolated monumental centers, examining how cities functioned as integrated social and economic entities within broader landscapes. The implications extend beyond simply adding more dots to archaeological maps. Each newly discovered settlement enriches understanding of ancient Egyptian urbanism as a diverse phenomenon, adapting to varied environmental contexts, political circumstances, and economic functions. The planned administrative town at Wasat differs fundamentally from the organically developed multicultural port at Thinis Herakleion, or the industrial suburb revealed in the lost Golden City. This diversity challenges simplistic models of ancient Egyptian cities and reveals sophisticated adaptations to specific contexts and requirements. These recent discoveries also transform chronological understanding of Egyptian urbanism. Newly identified predynastic settlements in Upper Egypt push urban origins earlier than previously recognized. Middle Kingdom planned communities like Wasat demonstrate sophisticated urban planning principles during periods once considered secondary in urban development. Newly documented Ptolemaic Roman provincial centers illustrate how Egyptian urban traditions adapted to Mediterranean influences while maintaining distinctive characteristics. Each chronological horizon becomes more completely represented through these ongoing discoveries. From a methodological perspective, recent discoveries highlight the crucial importance of cultural heritage preservation in advancing archaeological knowledge. Many significant finds have emerged through systematic surveys ahead of development projects, or through efforts to document threatened sites before they disappear. The tension between modern development and archaeological preservation remains acute, particularly in densely populated regions like the Nile Delta. Each season brings both exciting discoveries and sobering losses as sites succumb to agricultural expansion, urban development, and environmental changes. For visitors to Egypt, these recent discoveries create both challenges and opportunities. Many newly identified sites remain inaccessible to tourism, either because they lie in restricted areas, continue under active excavation, or have been reburied for preservation. However, museums increasingly feature artifacts and information from these discoveries, with institutions like the Grand Egyptian Museum incorporating recent finds into their exhibitions. Digital reconstructions and virtual reality experiences increasingly allow visitors to experience these newly discovered settlements, even when their physical remains cannot be visited, as excavation and analysis continue at these recently discovered sites, we can anticipate further revelations that will transform understanding of ancient Egyptian urbanism. Each field season yields new insights, with preliminary announcements gradually supplemented by detailed publications as analysis proceeds. The lost Golden City, in particular, has been excavated for less than 5 years, with vast areas still unexplored and most artifacts still undergoing conservation and analysis. Similar work continues at the underwater cities, Abydos settlements, and newly identified delta centers, ensuring a steady stream of new information in coming years. These ongoing discoveries ensure that our understanding of Egypt's lost cities remains dynamic rather than static, constantly expanding and evolving as new evidence emerges. The narrative of Egyptian urbanism continues being written, not merely through reinterpretation of long-known evidence, but through genuine discoveries that add completely new chapters to the story. For archaeologists and enthusiasts alike, there remains the exciting possibility that the next field season might reveal another lost city as spectacular and informative as those discovered in recent decades. Cities that remain to be found, despite centuries of archaeological exploration and the remarkable discoveries we've discussed in previous chapters. Many important ancient Egyptian cities remain undiscovered or incompletely identified. These elusive settlements, known primarily through textual references rather than archaeological confirmation, represent some of Egyptology's most tantalizing mysteries. Their eventual discovery promises to transform our understanding of ancient Egyptian society, economy, and political organization, potentially challenging established historical narratives, just as the identification of Avaris and Pi-Ramses revised our understanding of the Hyksos period and New Kingdom urbanism. Perhaps the most significant city still awaiting definitive archaeological identification is Thinis, the hometown of Egypt's first dynasties and namesake of the Thinite period that witnessed Egyptian state formation. As discussed in Chapter 5, though generally believed to lie somewhere near Abydos in Upper Egypt, this crucially important settlement has frustrated archaeological attempts at definitive identification. The city that gave Egypt its founding pharaohs and served as the original power center during state formation remains tantalizingly elusive despite its fundamental historical importance. Several candidates for Thinis have been proposed, including Tel El Nawara, El Berbe, and Girga, but none has yielded conclusive evidence confirming identification with historical Thinis. Recent systematic surveys employing satellite imagery, magnetometry, and targeted test excavations continue investigating promising locations in the Abydos region. The eventual discovery of Thinis would provide unprecedented insights into Egypt's transition from chiefdom to kingdom. During the crucial period when distinctive Egyptian civilization was taking form. Another historically significant but archaeologically elusive settlement is Kentmin, Greek, Panopolis, modern, Akhmim, a major provincial center in Upper Egypt renowned as a cult center for the fertility god Min, and later as an important Coptic Christian community. Though the approximate location is known, extensive modern development has complicated archaeological investigation of the ancient city. Textual references indicate Kentmin's importance through multiple periods of Egyptian history, with particular prominence during the Middle Kingdom and Greco-Roman eras, when it functioned as a provincial capital. Limited salvage excavations during construction projects have revealed tantalizing fragments of temples, elite tombs, and residential areas. But comprehensive archaeological documentation remains impossible due to the overlying modern city. Recent geophysical surveys in available open spaces have detected promising subsurface anomalies, suggesting substantial preserved archaeological deposits. Should political and practical circumstances eventually permit more extensive investigation, Kentmin could yield important information about provincial urban development and religious practices outside the major political capitals. The Delta region contains numerous historically attested but incompletely identified urban centers. Persoptu, Greek, Saft el-Henna, capital of Egypt's 20th Nome province and cult center of the falcon god Sopdu, remains archaeologically enigmatic despite textual references indicating its importance as a frontier administrative center. Similarly, Perbast, Greek, Bubastes, though partially excavated, has large sections still unidentified beneath modern development. Janet, Tanis, while extensively investigated in its ceremonial center, has vast residential and industrial districts documented by geophysical survey, but barely touched by excavation. These partly known delta cities represent an intermediate category between completely lost settlements and thoroughly documented urban centers. Their general locations are established, and certain districts, typically ceremonial precincts with stone architecture, have been excavated, but vast areas of residential quarters, industrial zones, and administrative districts remain unexplored. Complete documentation would transform understanding of how these important provincial centers functioned within Egypt's broader urban network. Particularly intriguing are cities mentioned in historical texts, but completely unlocated archaeologically. Paratum, a significant eastern delta settlement mentioned in Exodus and other sources, remains unidentified despite numerous proposed locations. Similarly, Tijeku, possibly biblical Pithom, an important administrative center in the eastern delta mentioned in New Kingdom texts, has been variously identified with Tel el-Maskuta, Tel el-Rataba, and other sites without definitive resolution. These frontier settlements would illuminate Egypt's relationships with neighboring regions and administrative strategies in border zones, if definitively identified. The Western Delta presents particular challenges for archaeological identification, as this region has received less systematic investigation than other areas, while suffering extensively from rising groundwater and modern development. Historical sources mention numerous important settlements, including Metelis, Yamu, Kabasa, and other centers that controlled access to Libya and Mediterranean trade routes. Limited archaeological survey has identified promising settlement mounds, tells, but few have been systematically investigated. This region represents one of the most promising areas for future discoveries of previously unlocated urban centers. Egypt's desert oases contain partially investigated but incompletely documented urban centers mentioned in historical texts. The southern oasis, Karga, and northern oasis, Bahariya, feature in Pharaonic, Persian, Greek, and Roman sources as important administrative centers, controlling crucial trade routes and serving as places of exile or banishment, while temple remains and cemeteries have received archaeological attention. The associated settlements remain incompletely documented. Systematic survey using remote sensing technologies has identified extensive urban remains awaiting excavation. The Eastern Desert represents another promising region for discovering lost settlements. Historical sources mention mining centers, trading posts, and military installations controlling access to Red Sea ports and mineral resources. Recent archaeological survey has documented numerous previously unrecorded settlements along ancient desert roads, ranging from small outposts to substantial communities supporting mining operations. These discoveries challenge traditional views of the Eastern Desert as merely a transit zone, rather than a region of significant settlement in its own right. Similarly, the Sinai Peninsula contains numerous archaeologically unidentified settlements mentioned in texts. Mining expeditions to the turquoise and copper mines of Serabit El Qadim and Wadi Maghara were launched from supply bases, whose locations remain uncertain. Military installations guarding the ways of Horus, Egypt's military road to the Levant, are known from textual descriptions and artistic depictions, but remain largely unidentified archaeologically. Recent systematic surveys combining satellite remote sensing with ground verification have begun documenting these elusive frontier settlements. Beyond individual cities, entire categories of settlement remain archaeologically underrepresented. Workers' villages supporting monumental construction projects are documented at Giza and Deir el-Medina, but similar communities must have existed at all major pyramid and temple construction sites. Administrative centers managing agricultural estates are mentioned in texts, but rarely identified archaeologically. Military installations along frontiers appear in historical accounts, but have proven elusive archaeologically due to their typically ephemeral construction and remote locations. The eventual identification of these missing settlement types would provide crucial balance to Egyptian archaeology's traditional emphasis on monumental architecture and elite contexts. Understanding how ordinary Egyptians lived and worked in communities supporting larger political and economic systems would transform perspectives on ancient Egyptian society beyond the well-documented religious and funerary aspects that have dominated archaeological attention. Several factors explain why these important settlements remain archaeologically elusive despite their historical significance. First, many were constructed primarily of mud brick and organic materials that deteriorate rapidly once abandoned, leaving minimal surface traces after millennia. Second, many lie in the densely populated Nile Valley and Delta, where continuous occupation has obscured or destroyed ancient remains. Third, some occupy remote desert locations away from traditional focuses of archaeological investigation. Fourth, many lack the monumental stone architecture that has preferentially attracted archaeological attention throughout Egyptology's history. Methodological advances offer promising approaches for eventually identifying these elusive settlements. Systematic application of remote sensing technologies, multispectral satellite imagery, LIDAR, geophysical perspection, allows efficient survey of large areas to identify promising locations for targeted investigation. GIS-based predictive modeling, incorporating environmental factors, known settlement patterns, and ancient transportation routes, can focus search efforts on high-probability areas. Systematic pedestrian survey, employing standardized collection and documentation methods, can identify subtle surface evidence easily overlooked by earlier approaches. Archaeological sampling strategies are increasingly sophisticated, allowing investigators to efficiently assess site chronology and function without extensive excavation. Targeted test excavations at carefully selected locations can verify remote sensing anomalies and recover diagnostic materials while minimizing disturbance to archaeological deposits. These approaches balance the desire for comprehensive documentation against practical limitations of time, funding, and preservation concerns. The ongoing revolution in archaeological science offers additional tools for identifying and characterizing elusive settlements. Environmental DNA analysis can detect human occupation through microscopic biological traces, even when macroscopic artifacts are absent. Portable scientific instruments allow field analysis of soil chemistry, material composition, and chronological indicators without removing samples to distant laboratories. These approaches can confirm human occupation and activities at candidate locations, even when traditional archaeological evidence is minimal. For some historically attested settlements, definitive archaeological identification may remain permanently elusive. Sites beneath modern cities like Cairo, Alexandria, or provincial centers may never be fully accessible for investigation, despite their historical importance. Settlements in archaeologically difficult contexts, beneath high water tables in the delta, deeply buried beneath Nile alluvium, or destroyed by modern development, may be documented only through fragmentary salvage excavations rather than comprehensive investigation. These realities create permanent gaps in archaeological knowledge that must be acknowledged alongside the potential for future discoveries. The balance between archaeological potential and practical limitations shapes research strategies for investigating Egypt's remaining lost cities. Priority typically goes to threatened sites where development, agricultural expansion, or environmental changes create urgency for documentation before evidence disappears entirely. Remote sensing survey of broad regions can identify numerous candidate sites for future investigation when resources become available. Targeted research addressing specific historical questions may focus on particular settlements crucial for resolving ongoing scholarly debates. Beyond methodological considerations, the search for Egypt's undiscovered cities involves complex ethical and political dimensions. Archaeological investigation must balance scientific goals against modern community needs in densely populated regions where ancient cities lie beneath contemporary settlements. International research projects must navigate evolving relationships between foreign missions and Egyptian authorities while respecting Egypt's sovereignty over its cultural heritage. These considerations necessitate collaborative approaches focused on mutual benefit rather than extractive research models. The potential rewards of identifying Egypt's remaining lost cities extend beyond academic interest to include practical heritage management benefits. Documenting threatened archaeological sites, even if comprehensive excavation remains impossible, creates records preserving information for future generations. Mapping archaeological landscapes establishes priorities for preservation efforts in development planning. Creating comprehensive inventories of archaeological resources allows Egyptian authorities to make informed decisions, balancing heritage preservation with economic development needs. For those fascinated by ancient Egypt, the continuing search for lost cities offers a compelling reminder that Egyptian archaeology remains a dynamic field with significant discoveries still to come. Unlike some historical disciplines, where major new finds are increasingly rare, Egyptian archaeology continues yielding transformative discoveries that substantively revise historical understanding rather than merely refining existing knowledge. Each field season brings the possibility that another historically significant but archaeologically elusive settlement might emerge from obscurity through systematic investigation. The discovery of these remaining lost cities would not merely add dots to archaeological maps, but would transform understanding of ancient Egyptian society in several crucial domains. First, it would provide more balanced geographical representation, documenting Egypt's provincial centers, rather than focusing exclusively on major political capitals and ceremonial complexes. Second, it would illuminate Egypt's relationships with neighboring regions through better documentation of frontier settlements. Third, it would enhance understanding of ordinary Egyptians' lives through investigation of non-elite contexts and specialized communities supporting the broader Egyptian system. As we await these future discoveries, we can appreciate how far archaeological understanding of ancient Egyptian urbanism has already advanced through the discoveries described in previous chapters, from the predynastic ceremonial center at Hierakonpolis to the multicultural port at Naucrates, from the cosmopolitan imperial capital at Pi-Ramses to the provincial administrative center at Abydos. Archaeology has progressively revealed the diverse urban traditions that sustained Egyptian civilization for over 3 millennia. These documented cities provide frameworks for understanding the settlements that remain to be discovered. Each newly identified urban center will find its place within evolving models of Egyptian settlement patterns, political organization, and economic systems. The lost cities discussed in this chapter represent not merely missing pieces, but potential transformative evidence that might significantly revise current understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization, a prospect that continues motivating archaeological exploration despite the significant challenges involved as modern archaeological methods continue advancing and systematic survey efforts expand. We can anticipate that many of the settlements discussed in this chapter will eventually emerge from historical obscurity into archaeological documentation. Their discovery will continue the process through which archaeology progressively transforms ancient Egypt from a civilization known primarily through spectacular monuments and elite contexts into a more completely understood society encompassing diverse communities, economic activities, and lived experiences across Egypt's varied landscapes. Lost cities of Egypt in popular culture. The lost cities of ancient Egypt have captivated the imagination far beyond academic circles, becoming powerful symbols in literature, film, art, and popular culture. These vanished urban centers, with their mysterious abandonments, spectacular rediscoveries, and evocative ruins, provide fertile ground for exploration of themes ranging from human mortality and civilization's impermanence to romantic adventure and supernatural mystery. The cultural afterlife of Egypt's lost cities reveals much about how modern societies conceptualize the ancient past and project contemporary concerns onto historical landscapes. Literature, perhaps, most thoroughly demonstrates this fascination, with Egypt's lost cities featuring prominently in both serious fiction and popular entertainment. The 19th century witnessed particular literary engagement with Egyptian archaeology as European excavations revealed spectacular monuments and artifacts while leaving many historical questions unanswered. This combination of tangible discoveries and persistent mysteries created ideal conditions for fictional exploration. Pioneering horror writer Edgar Allan Poe incorporated Egyptian archaeological themes in stories like Some Words with a Mummy, 1845, while Louisa May Alcott's early thriller, Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse, 1869, centered on discoveries from a fictional lost Egyptian city. The archaeological adventure story emerged as a distinctive genre through works like H. Rider Haggard's She, 1887, which featured a lost Egyptian colony in Africa, preserving ancient traditions for millennia in isolation. Haggard's tremendously influential novel established narrative patterns that would reappear in countless subsequent works. Intrepid explorers discovering isolated settlements, continuing ancient Egyptian practices, hidden treasures guarded by curses or supernatural forces, and archaeological discoveries revealing secret histories, challenging conventional understanding. The combination of historical authenticity, mysterious disappearances, and spectacular rediscoveries made Egypt's lost cities perfect settings for tales of adventure and revelation. This literary tradition flourished through the early 20th century, drawing inspiration from spectacular archaeological discoveries like Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922. Agatha Christie, herself familiar with archaeology through her marriage to archaeologist Max Mallowan, set several mysteries against Egyptian backgrounds, including Death on the Nile, 1937, and Death Comes as the End, 1944. The latter, particularly notable for its historical setting in ancient Thebes, drew on Christie's familiarity with archaeological evidence to create a convincing portrait of everyday life in an Egyptian city, while using the mystery format to explore universal human motivations. More recently, authors like Wilbur Smith have continued this tradition with novels set against meticulously researched ancient Egyptian backdrops. Smith's River God, 1993, and subsequent Egyptian series locate fictional characters within historically accurate settings, including Thebes, Memphis, and various lost cities during the Hyksos period. Elizabeth Peters' beloved Amelia Peabody mystery series, beginning with Crocodile on the Sandbank, 1975, features archaeologist protagonists investigating mysteries connected to Egyptian archaeological sites, while navigating the scholarly and political complexities of early 20th century Egyptology. Beyond straightforward historical fiction, Egypt's lost cities feature prominently in fantasy and supernatural literature. Anne Rice's The Mummy, or Ramesses the Damned, 1989, Imagines an immortal Ramesses II awakening in the early 20th century with memories of ancient Thebes and Pi-Ramses. Rick Riordan's popular Kane Chronicles young adult series 2010-012 incorporates authentic details about ancient Egyptian cities while reimagining their magical significance for contemporary characters. These works exemplify how fiction transforms archaeological knowledge into imaginative frameworks, exploring themes of immortality, hidden knowledge, and connections between past and present. Science fiction particularly embraces Egypt's lost cities as settings and plot devices. Writers from Arthur C. Clarke to Liz Williams have incorporated Egyptian archaeological elements into speculative frameworks, often suggesting advanced technologies or alien influences behind ancient Egyptian achievements. The subgenre of archaeofuturism frequently draws on Egyptian examples to explore how future societies might interpret archaeological remains, or how ancient Egyptian technologies might be reinterpreted through futuristic lenses. Cinema has perhaps most powerfully shaped popular perceptions of Egypt's lost cities, with visual representations simultaneously drawing on archaeological evidence and fantastical reimaginings. The mummy film genre, beginning with Universal's The Mummy, 1932, starring Boris Karloff, typically features fictional lost cities where ancient Egyptian magic preserves supernatural threats awaiting unwary archaeologists. These films established visual conventions for representing Egypt's lost cities that persist in contemporary media. Monumental architecture, partially consumed by desert sands, hierarchical societies preserved in isolation, and ancient knowledge, both dangerous and enlightening for modern discoverers. The archaeological adventure film, epitomized by the Indiana Jones franchise, draws heavily on Egyptian motifs, while typically fictionalizing specific locations. Raiders of the Lost Ark, 1981, incorporates Egyptian archaeological elements into its treasure hunting narrative, while The Mummy, 1999, and its sequels create spectacular computer-generated reconstructions of ancient Thebes and fictional lost cities like Hamunaptra, the city of the dead. These films typically emphasize the exotic and dangerous aspects of archaeological discovery, while simplifying historical complexities for narrative efficiency. More historically grounded films occasionally attempt greater archaeological accuracy in depicting Egypt's ancient cities. Land of the Pharaohs, 1955, despite historical inaccuracies, consulted with Egyptologists to create visually impressive reconstructions of Old Kingdom urban environments. Agra, 2009, meticulously recreated late Roman Alexandria based on archaeological and historical evidence, using this lost urban landscape to explore conflicts between scientific rationalism and religious traditionalism during the city's turbulent final pagan century. Television documentaries have significantly influenced public understanding of Egypt's lost cities, evolving from straightforward presentations of archaeological evidence to sophisticated productions, incorporating digital reconstructions and dramatic reenactments. Series like BBC's Building the Ancient City, Athens and Rome, 2015, and National Geographic's Egypt Unwrapped employ computer graphics to visualize ancient urban environments based on archaeological evidence, allowing viewers to experience lost cities as living environments rather than fragmentary ruins. Particularly notable are documentary formats combining archaeological investigation with narrative revelation, exemplified by productions following archaeologists making discoveries in real time. Discovery Channel's Expedition Unknown and National Geographic's Lost Treasures of Egypt frequently feature episodes documenting searches for lost Egyptian settlements, with camera crews following archaeologists conducting surveys, excavations, and laboratory analyses. These programs familiarize audiences with actual archaeological methodologies while maintaining narrative tension through the uncertainty of discovery. Video games provide particularly immersive engagements with Egypt's lost cities, allowing players to explore reconstructed ancient environments and interact with historical scenarios. Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Origins 2017 features meticulously researched reconstructions of Ptolemaic era Alexandria, Memphis, and smaller settlements based on archaeological evidence. The game's Discovery Tour mode removes gameplay elements to allow educational exploration of these reconstructed cities, including information about archaeological sources and historical contexts. Similar virtual reconstructions appear in strategy games like Pharaoh, 1999, and its recent remake, where players construct and manage ancient Egyptian cities based on historical economic and architectural patterns. Board games and tabletop role-playing games frequently incorporate Egypt's lost cities as settings or themes. Games like Kemet, Imhotep, and various editions of Civilization allow players to build or control ancient Egyptian cities based on simplified historical models. The role-playing game supplement, Cairo Guidebook for Call of Cthulhu, incorporates archaeological information about lost Egyptian cities into its 1920s setting, allowing players to engage with historically informed scenarios centered on archaeological exploration and discovery. Tourism marketing particularly demonstrates how Egypt's lost cities function as commercial and cultural assets beyond their archaeological significance. Egyptian tourism campaigns frequently highlight spectacular archaeological discoveries, with recent marketing particularly emphasizing newly excavated urban sites alongside traditional monumental attractions. Virtual reality installations at museums and archaeological sites increasingly allow visitors to experience digital reconstructions of ancient urban environments, supplementing the fragmentary physical remains with immersive visualizations of complete ancient cities, architecture and design demonstrate another dimension of cultural engagement with Egypt's lost cities. The Egyptian revival style periodically resurfaces in Western architecture, drawing inspiration from ancient Egyptian urban and monumental forms. Contemporary examples range from explicitly themed casino environments like the Luxor in Las Vegas to subtle architectural quotations in government buildings, educational institutions, and commercial structures. These architectural references transform archaeological knowledge into aesthetic resources deployed in contemporary built environments. The visual arts frequently engage with Egypt's lost cities as both subjects and symbolic resources. Painters from David Roberts in the 19th century to contemporary artists have depicted Egyptian archaeological landscapes, balancing documentary accuracy with romantic aesthetics. Photography of Egyptian archaeological sites, beginning with early practitioners like Francis Frith and Maxim Duchamp, established visual conventions for representing these spaces that continue influencing how they appear in contemporary media. These artistic engagements simultaneously document archaeological landscapes and interpret them through various aesthetic frameworks. Contemporary art increasingly engages critically with archaeology's colonial legacy, while exploring how ancient Egyptian cities resonate in the modern world. Artists like Wael Shaki re-examine archaeological narratives through non-Western perspectives, questioning how Egypt's ancient urban centers have been interpreted through European frameworks. Installation, artists create immersive environments, exploring how archaeological knowledge is constructed and presented, often highlighting the fragmentary and interpretive nature of our understanding of ancient urban spaces. Pseudo-archaeology and alternative histories particularly focus on Egypt's lost cities, proposing various revisionist interpretations of archaeological evidence. Theories ranging from ancient astronaut speculation to Atlantis connections frequently center on Egyptian urban sites, proposing that conventional archaeology has misinterpreted evidence of advanced technologies, extraterrestrial contacts, or lost civilizations. These alternative frameworks, while rejected by mainstream scholarship, demonstrate the powerful appeal of Egypt's archaeological landscapes as projected surfaces for contemporary concerns about hidden histories and suppressed knowledge. The cultural afterlife of Egypt's lost cities reveals much about the relationship between archaeological knowledge and imaginative engagement. Rather than simply representing misunderstandings or distortions of archaeological evidence, these cultural adaptations demonstrate how scientific discoveries enter broader cultural conversations and acquire meanings beyond their strict historical significance. Archaeological sites function simultaneously as scientific resources, tourism destinations, symbolic landscapes, and imaginative spaces where contemporary societies explore relationships with the ancient past. For archaeologists and Egyptologists, public fascination with Egypt's lost cities presents both challenges and opportunities. Sensationalized representations may create distorted expectations or reinforce outdated stereotypes, but they also generate public interest, supporting archaeological research and conservation efforts. Many Egyptian archaeological projects now explicitly address public engagement through educational outreach, social media presence, and collaboration with media producers to ensure more accurate representations of archaeological work. The reciprocal relationship between archaeological discovery and cultural imagination continues shaping how we understand Egypt's lost cities. Scientific discoveries inspire creative interpretations, while fictional and artistic engagements stimulate public interest, supporting further archaeological work, rather than representing separate or opposed approaches to the past. Scientific and imaginative engagements with Egypt's lost cities form a continuous spectrum of human responses to these enigmatic urban landscapes and their mysterious histories of flourishing, abandonment, and rediscovery. The legacy of Egypt's lost cities. As our journey through Egypt's lost cities comes to a close, we find ourselves reflecting on the remarkable stories of discovery, abandonment, preservation, and rediscovery that have characterized these ancient urban centers, from the earliest settlements of Hierakonpolis and the elusive Thinis to the grand imperial capital of Pi-Ramses, from sacred Heliopolis to cosmopolitan Naucrates. These vanished metropolises collectively illuminate the extraordinary civilization that flourished along the Nile for over 3 millennia. Their stories reveal not merely archaeological curiosities, but profound insights into human ingenuity, cultural adaptability, and the complex relationship between urban centers and their natural environments. The patterns of urban development and abandonment we've observed throughout this exploration reflect universal processes that continue shaping human settlements today. Environmental changes, shifting river courses, advancing deserts, rising sea levels, repeatedly transformed Egypt's settlement geography, forcing adaptations and relocations that echo contemporary challenges of climate change and environmental degradation. Political decisions, privileging new capitals over established centers, demonstrate how leadership changes can dramatically reshape urban networks, while economic factors, including trade route shifts and resource depletion, created boom and bust cycles familiar to modern industrial cities. The archaeological record of Egypt's lost cities thus offers valuable historical perspective on processes still unfolding in our urbanized world. Particularly striking is the remarkable diversity of Egypt's urban traditions. Each lost city we've explored represents a distinctive adaptation to specific environmental conditions, political circumstances, and cultural contexts. Settlements ranged from carefully planned administrative centers like Akhetaten and Pi-Ramses to organically developed commercial hubs like Naucrates, from sacred cities dominated by temple complexes to frontier outposts guarding strategic locations. This diversity challenges simplistic characterizations of ancient Egyptian urbanism, revealing sophisticated adaptations to varied requirements and conditions across Egypt's expansive territories. The technologies and methodologies employed in rediscovering these lost cities illuminate broader transformations in archaeological practice. Early explorations relied primarily on visible surface features and textual references, often focusing on monumental architecture at the expense of broader urban contexts. Modern approaches increasingly emphasize comprehensive landscape analysis, combining remote sensing technologies with environmental reconstruction and targeted excavation to understand complete settlement systems rather than isolated monuments. This methodological evolution parallels conceptual shifts from antiquarianism to scientific archaeology, from treasure hunting to contextual understanding of ancient lifeways. Archaeological investigation of Egypt's lost cities has repeatedly transformed historical narratives, established primarily through textual sources. Excavations at Avaris revealed a far more complex picture of Hyksos rule than the simplistic invasion scenario described in later Egyptian texts. Work at Pi-Ramses demonstrated how political propaganda could exaggerate royal achievements while obscuring practical logistics and implementation challenges. Underwater discoveries at Tanis Heracleian illuminated maritime networks, barely mentioned in surviving documents. These archaeological revelations remind us that ancient texts, often produced for specific political or religious purposes, provide only partial perspectives that material evidence can significantly revise or expand. The fate of Egypt's lost cities offers sobering perspective on the impermanence of even the most impressive human achievements. Metropolitan centers, housing tens of thousands of inhabitants, adorned with monumental architecture and sophisticated infrastructure, could disappear so completely that their very existence was questioned, until archaeological investigation confirmed historical accounts. Yet simultaneously, these cities demonstrate remarkable cultural persistence, architectural forms, religious practices, and social patterns established during Egypt's formative periods continued influencing urban development for millennia, creating continuities spanning dozens of generations despite political disruptions and environmental challenges. Conservation challenges facing Egypt's archaeological heritage emerge repeatedly throughout our exploration. Many lost cities now lie beneath modern settlements or agricultural fields, creating tensions between heritage preservation and contemporary development needs. Rising groundwater threatens archaeological deposits throughout the delta, while coastal sites face increasing vulnerability from rising sea levels and extreme weather events associated with climate change. These preservation challenges reflect broader heritage management dilemmas worldwide, where archaeological resources represent non-renewable cultural assets requiring sustainable management within developing societies with pressing contemporary needs. International collaboration characterizes modern efforts to document and preserve Egypt's urban heritage. Archaeological teams from dozens of countries work alongside Egyptian colleagues, applying diverse methodological approaches and theoretical frameworks to these ancient settlements. Digital documentation technologies increasingly create comprehensive records, preserving information even when physical preservation proves impossible. Virtual reconstruction techniques allow visualization of ancient urban environments based on archaeological evidence, making these lost cities accessible to global audiences, while encouraging informed heritage tourism, supporting local economic development. Educational value represents another crucial dimension of Egypt's lost cities. These archaeological sites provide unparalleled opportunities for understanding ancient urban systems, technological development, environmental adaptation, and cultural evolution through material remains rather than solely through textual accounts. Archaeological education increasingly emphasizes these comprehensive perspectives rather than focusing exclusively on monumental architecture or elite contexts. Digital learning resources allow students worldwide to engage with Egypt's urban heritage through virtual explorations and interactive reconstructions based on archaeological evidence. For visitors to Egypt today, the stories of these lost cities transform how we experience the country's archaeological landscapes. Rather than viewing isolated monuments as static artistic achievements, understanding their urban contexts reveals dynamic communities adapting to changing circumstances over centuries. The massive temples at Karnak appear differently when recognized as the ceremonial heart of a vibrant metropolis rather than isolated religious structures. The pyramids at Giza gain additional significance when contextualized within broader systems of urban development and landscape modification that transformed entire regions to support royal mortuary cults. Future archaeological work promises continuing revelations about Egypt's urban heritage. Ongoing excavations at recently discovered sites, like the lost Golden City near Luxor, will expand understanding of residential architecture, craft production, and everyday life. Systematic survey projects employing advanced remote sensing technologies will likely identify additional lost settlements, particularly in understudied regions like the Western Delta and desert peripheries. Environmental reconstruction will increasingly clarify how changing climatic conditions and Nile behavior influenced settlement patterns throughout Egyptian history. As technology advances, we can anticipate even more sophisticated approaches to investigating Egypt's lost cities. Satellite imaging capacities continue improving, with higher resolution and additional spectral bands enhancing detection capabilities for buried archaeological features. Aerial LiDAR systems, with increasing precision, will document subtle topographic signatures of ancient settlements. Portable scientific instruments, allowing non-destructive compositional analysis, will provide unprecedented information about material production and exchange without removing artifacts from their archaeological contexts. These technological developments will complement rather than replace traditional archaeological excavation, creating increasingly comprehensive understanding of ancient urban systems. The study of Egypt's lost cities transcends purely academic interest, offering valuable insights for contemporary urban planning and sustainability. Ancient Egyptian settlements demonstrated sophisticated environmental adaptations, including passive cooling systems, water management infrastructure, and architectural responses to local climate conditions. Many survived for centuries or millennia through pragmatic adaptations to environmental constraints that modern cities might profitably emulate. The eventual abandonment of these settlements due to resource depletion, environmental degradation, or climatic changes offers cautionary examples of unsustainable practices threatening contemporary urban systems. As our exploration concludes, we recognize that the story of Egypt's lost cities remains fundamentally unfinished. Each field season brings new discoveries that revise understanding of known sites and occasionally reveal entirely new settlements. Archaeological methodologies continue evolving, allowing more sophisticated analysis of previously documented remains. Ongoing environmental and political changes create both new challenges for preservation and new opportunities for investigation. The narrative of these ancient urban centers continues unfolding through collaborative efforts of archaeologists, historians, environmental scientists, and heritage professionals working alongside local communities to understand and preserve Egypt's extraordinary urban heritage. Perhaps most importantly, Egypt's lost cities remind us that urban centers are not merely physical constructions, but complex social systems embedded in environmental and cultural contexts. The buildings, streets, and artifacts archaeologists uncover represent the material manifestations of communities negotiating shared challenges, developing specialized economic systems, expressing religious beliefs, and creating distinctive cultural identities over generations. By studying these material remains within their broader contexts, archaeology transforms fragmentary physical evidence into meaningful narratives about human experience in the distant past. As we conclude our journey through Egypt's lost cities, we carry forward a deeper appreciation for both the extraordinary achievements of ancient Egyptian urbanism and the remarkable archaeological detective work that has gradually revealed these vanished settlements, from the earliest predynastic centers witnessing state formation to the cosmopolitan ports linking Egypt with the Mediterranean world. from royal capitals expressing imperial ambitions to provincial centers sustaining local traditions. These diverse urban communities collectively created one of history's most enduring and influential civilizations. Through continued archaeological investigation, conservation, and interpretation, the legacy of Egypt's lost cities will continue enlightening and inspiring future generations, just as they have fascinated scholars and enthusiasts since their rediscovery began. The lost cities of Egypt stand as testament to both the impermanence of human works and the enduring significance of cultural achievements. Though physically diminished by time, these ancient urban centers continue, speaking across millennia through their material remains, architectural innovations, artistic achievements, and technological developments. As archaeology continues revealing their secrets, Egypt's lost cities will undoubtedly yield further insights into one of humanity's most remarkable and enduring civilizations, enriching our understanding not only of the ancient past, but of the universal patterns and processes that continue shaping human society today.